Nice one, Chris. See you from the guy who's going to get to the door. Oh, hang on, Chris is getting up inside.
I might put on first.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He looks thrilled, well thrilled. There's a reason the door. There we are. I can hear something happening. All right, off we go. Trying to fall over if I can possibly manage it. Now then, John. All right, how are you? Good to see you. Everything all right?
Not bad at all. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks very much. Yeah, not bad at all. We'll follow Henry, eh? So, tell me a bit about the practice.
Well, this practice is an enormous practice.
Yeah.
Very successful. A lot more than we did with
Yeah.
the campus one. They used to have another building,
Yeah.
the building,
Yeah.
which is pretty impressive.
Pharmacy attached and everything.
It's the meeting two practice, two of the doctors.
Yeah.
There are
Yeah.
a number of doctors.
Hiya.
Hi.
All right.
Hi.
All right.
I'm the managing partner here.
Ah, great to see you.
Nice to
Thanks
meet
for
you.
having us.
Hi. Nice to meet you both.
It's
Yeah.
very good of you to give us
Not at all. Not
space
at
and
all.
time.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We've got lots of people
Hi.
who've got plenty to talk to you about. As
Great.
well, I think. So,
Great.
So yeah. So should we?
Should we go in? Yeah, yeah. Hi. So John was just explaining it's a big practice. Hiya.
Yeah.
All right, hiya.
Yeah,
Tim,
so-
nice to see you. Thanks for giving us your morning. How are you? Nice to see you. All right.
We're sort of roughly double the size of an average practice, a bit more now actually. Because
Yeah.
we've been growing with some
Yeah.
of the local developments and things like that. Big practice and lots of change going on all the time really.
Of course.
So, yeah.
The great thing is that it's purpose-built though, isn't it? Whereas
Yeah.
some of the existing practices are in sort of
That's
converted houses.
that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I honestly don't know how they managed, to be honest, because even with this purpose-built large building, we're starting to struggle for space as well. So So yeah, I don't know how the old style practices still go. There's not that many of them left now,
Yeah.
but there still is a few.
I know a few.
Yeah.
Mine are wonderful practices, but not.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
purpose-built.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Not fit for the actual purpose of,
No.
of what they need to be doing. But yeah, it's great teams.
And how many doctors have you got here?
So we've got 6 partners, 2 salaried doctors, and then loads of trainee doctors, junior doctors,
Yeah.
basically. So at any given time, sort of 12 to 14 doctors
Right.
here. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Great.
So, yeah.
And the
14
pharmacy on site and everything as well.
Yeah, it's not part of our practice.
No.
It's just sort of attached to the building. But yeah,
Makes
it's,
a lot of sense.
It's
Yeah.
makes business sense for them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's it's handy for the patients
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, quite.
So yeah, it's good.
But how old's the building?
10 years. Yeah, so just 10 year. Yeah. But good work. Twofold, really. Generally,
Yeah.
over time, and also the amount of work that has traditionally been done in a hospital environment that we moved into
Yeah.
general practice,
Yeah.
increasing our workload exponentially, but
Yeah.
without any additional
We're going to make it happen, yeah.
Yeah.
How do you do? Hiya, I'm
This is,
Tim, how are you?
Claire Williams.
Claire, nice to meet you. All right, how are you?
Toby Cartwright.
Toby, nice to see you. Right, hiya.
Mady Jocelyn.
Hey, nice to see you. Hiya, Tim, good to see you.
Tim Farron. John
I'll make
Leach.
sure everyone. We're there, right, okay. Hiya, guys, all right? Great. Thanks for giving us time. It's the beginning of a busy-ish day.
Yeah, yeah.
So we were just talking about some of the pressures that you face here. You talk about general funding, but you mentioned the movement of additional responsibilities without resource to follow. Do you want to tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, it's a big thing, I think, really. 20, 30 years ago, all hypertension was managed at the hospital, all diabetes was managed at the hospital, a number of other things, heart failure. So there's lots of disease areas which over the years have gradually gravitated towards general practice because we're seen as dealing with them in a more efficient way financially. And obviously hospital appointments and inpatient stays and all that sort of thing are very expensive for the NHS. So a lot of that work has been shifted over to general practice, but without the funding going with it. And I think that the stat that I've seen is that now more than 90% of patient contacts occur within general practice, but it gets less than 9% of the funding of the NHS. And it's just been a sort of constant squeeze year after year, really, in that respect, I think.
Does that mean you've got to make tough decisions here as to what you do and where people's time goes?
It means that we are sort of always working at capacity and often beyond capacity. There are sometimes external pressures in terms of reducing referrals to hospital. Well, there are always external pressures, reducing referrals to hospital and reducing admissions to hospital as well. But I mean, we still, don't get me wrong, when somebody needs hospital admission or needs a specialist input, they will still be referred, but it does put a large strain on the system.
What impact does that have on appointment times? The amount of time that you can actually spend with a patient?
Well, I think that the approach that we've taken really is to try not to squeeze appointment times, because I think it's a false economy really. If you're seeing patients with complex problems, trying to see them in 10 minutes, you're not going to be able to sort out the problems properly. They're going to be coming back for second, third and fourth appointments. So we've resisted that really, and we've adapted by developing a largely telephone triage-based system. So most of our appointments, or probably about 60% of our appointments, are booked through people ringing ahead, telling us what the problem is, and then we won't wait a half an hour appointment on a very simple problem. But likewise, somebody with 2 or 3 complex problems will book them a double. So that's how we sort of manage that demand really, rather than squeezing appointment times.
How do you find the relationship around here with sort of social care issues? Do you have lots of people, patients who are receiving care in their own homes and elsewhere, and who obviously need medical care as well? How does that tend to work? What are the pressures there, do you think?
Yeah, there's this sort of a Manchester's sort of there's a lot of change going on here with Devo Manc and the sustainability and transformation plans. There is a sort of a new system here now called the One Team, which is supposed to try and join up social care, multidisciplinary teams like physios and occupational therapists, and sort of have a more holistic, joined up approach. It's very much on its taking its first steps really. So time will tell how that will work. But I mean, I guess as everywhere, there have been problems with hospital discharges into the community without proper social care in place and that sort of thing. We've certainly seen that over the last few months.
And is that down to sort of the lack of provision that's out there, lack of people working in the care sector, or lack of places in homes? What are the real pressures here for social care?
I think it's a combination of all those things, really. Yeah, I know for a lot of people who have regular carers in the community, the ones who have a regular carer, the same person who's coming every day, tend to do better, I think, than ones who use agencies and it's different people every day. They don't get to know the patient, they don't have the continuity. The carer will have a lower threshold for calling an ambulance, for example, because they don't know the patient as well. So I think they're all really issues, and staffing certainly is one.
Do you find there's many patients who should be in receipt of social care but actually aren't actually getting any? Because I certainly see that speaking to people where you think they should be receiving some care, but either because they don't think they can afford to pay anything towards it, they're choosing not to. Yeah, well, I mean, I see quite a few people who choose not to because they've been means tested and deemed that they should be paying towards it. So I definitely see that. Obviously, Didsbury's are generally quite a well-to-do area, so I've not seen many people, I think, who are sort of living in poverty but not getting the social care that they need.
Yeah.
I think we're quite lucky here because we've got a great GP practice building, we've got a full complement of staff. But you go 5 miles into a more deprived area or out of the city, then it's a very different picture. And the GPs are having to work on half the complement of staff. They haven't got the social care provision, so people are ending up in hospital in A&E, and bed blocking, and the whole system just falls apart and becomes more inefficient. So there needs to be more funding in primary care and in social care to try and mitigate that. And there's a huge, I think there's going to be an ever increasing burden on social care with our ageing population, and I think that hasn't really been factored in, has it really, the ageing population, and we need to be changing to meet the needs of those people.
You're dead right, I'm sure of it. And so obviously the difference across the city can be really quite stark from one area to the next. It is in my neck of the woods as well. And in terms of other provision, mental health provision here, do you feel that the support of the services locally are there for you to refer people on to? How do you find that?
I mean, we've had problems with our local mental health trust for quite a few years, and it's been taken over by a neighbouring trust.
Okay.
And that's only happened this year, so the hope is that they'll start to get better. But again, the mental health trust has got the same problem. It's got a very, very deprived, poor population with high numbers of people with psychosis that need longer inpatient stays, and that means that they're under pressure. And the waiting lists for our patients to see them seems to be getting longer.
What's I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot. What's a kind of a ballpark figure for the amount of time that people are having to wait to see a counsellor, for example?
It depends on how ill they are. So if they're not that ill, then we've got a good service. The the IAP service, which will see them within 3 weeks.
Okay.
But if they've got more complex needs, so if they've got like personality disorder, they can wait 6 months or even up to 2
Wow.
years for therapy.
Wow.
I think we have to go and see some carers.
We do, I think. One final question is about mental health. Is about what difference you see between provision for adults and for younger people. Is there an obvious difference in terms of what's available and for waiting times? And
I think in terms of child mental health, there seems to be an exponential rise in demand for the child mental health services, and they're under a lot of pressure, and again their waiting lists are getting longer and longer, and I'm concerned about the fact the ones that need inpatient care having to go 100 miles plus. I think that's really unacceptable. Being away from your family.
Absolutely. I mean, I ask it as a loaded question because I'm in Cumbria, other than the northwest, but very, very similar. And it's there's quite a few things keep me awake at night when it comes to my casework, but nothing keeps me awake more than child mental health issues. And you see how long they have to wait and how, frankly, terrified parents are. And you just want action quickly. And it is. I mean, the great people working in the service is just the resource, isn't there?
That's right.
So I'm really grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
On to the next thing. I'm not sure we'll see you later, but I don't. Are you coming with me? Or not? I don't know.
I don't think
Well, in that case, thanks very much. I'm really, really grateful. Really good to see you. Thank you for putting up with that. No, thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes.
Thanks very much.
Morning. Hiya. All right. How are you, Tim? Nice to see you. Okay. April, nice to see you. All right. Hiya. Nice to see you. Rebecca. That's right. Hiya.
Hi, I'm Jane.
Hi, Jane. Nice to see you.
And this is April, and this is Jerry.
Yes, that's great. So, well, thanks very much. Are we all caring in one way or another and have cared one way or another? Do you want to tell me a little bit about your experiences and what the pressures are that you've felt, things that you think could be done better?
Well, we're constantly, we help from John, we find ourselves constantly fighting, for things that we all take for granted. And, I've got 2 severely disabled adults, and it's like I said, it's an ongoing battle, and, you're trying to get the right package of care. And overnight you become a solicitor, you become you're constantly fighting, and other than having someone in your corner, you just have this pressure on you constantly. And like I say, there's 168 hours in a week, and most people work 37.5. We don't stop. It's constantly going and going and going, but that's perpetual motion. And so you get to the point where you think, why?
And and that is time not caring, so some of it is, but some of it is actually just fighting your corner for the right kind of package.
You just constantly, like say, with one door closes, another one opens. But in our case, it's not. You're constantly, trying to kick them in and get things that we all take for granted. Like saying to the other carers, I mean, my daughter, with things like rain on the face, we all take that for granted. But my daughter can't access that without support and help. So, even a walk in the park, she can't do that on her own. She needs someone with her, and same with her son. And that's free, right, isn't it?
And that's and so it's a daily challenge for you. And do you feel, what are the things that the health service, or actually in particular social care, what could they do differently? What would make things better?
Well, realistically, marry it up where basically, you got this like triangle where it all comes together, and it's not coming together because, like I say, you've got to have. It's not right. It's not working, and it's the people who should be listened to is us. And not, some health professional or social worker, you know what I mean? They know, but like I say, someone won't step over the boundary, it won't go over that social care, this is health, and they need to come together, they need to marinate, and like I say, it's not happening.
Yeah, thanks very much, thank you. April, what would you?
So, I was a young carer, and it's a bit different in that you have the similar problems in having to have agency for the adult, for the parent, but it's a bit difficult because then you're kind of taking a parental role, so you become oh, you kind of take over the role of parent to your own mum and dad. And it's a similar situation in that you have to learn really quickly about these like weird systems, but you're a child. And I suppose what I would like to see going forward is more care going in before it gets really bad. So before like a social worker or someone has to be called up because the family are in crisis mode, I'd like the carers to have more agency and sympathy before it gets to a red, alert type scenario.
That's how. What do you mind me asking? What age you were when you began caring for your parents?
My father died when I was 9, so my mum was in a wheelchair from when I was 4. But obviously, when my father died, me and my sister came over as carers, so I was 9.
Yeah.
And the school didn't understand. The school assumed that there was a package of care at home.
Yeah.
I was going through exams, my sister was going through exams, and it was only until my sister was doing her GCSEs did they give us a carer, but it was only 5 hours a day, just so she could do exams. So you became the overnight adult. You didn't have time to go and hang out with your mates. You didn't have time to have downtime. It's like what Jerry says. You don't stop. You don't get paid.
Permanent. April, thanks very much for telling us that. Thank you. Rebecca,
yeah, I'm a mum and carer to a little boy, Michael, who's 5. The biggest challenge for me has been lack of communication and fighting all the time to join services up and get the support that we need. It's a constant challenge raising a child with developmental differences, and it's so hard to navigate the support that your child needs. As a carer, it's unbelievably isolating. And there are support networks available, there are things available, but you aren't told about them, so it's up to you to try and find them. And juggling that whilst caring for a child 24/7 is really difficult.
Yeah. And so the specific problems that you came across, so was that also with the kind of health and social care boundary? Was that a problem for you?
Yeah, my little boy has some feeding difficulties, and the normal course of intervention for a child like him would be tube feeds, but actually physically he's able to eat. And locally there was no treatment available to get him to eat real food, which was obviously going to be better for his development overall, make him less medically dependent. Locally, they wanted us to opt for the route for tube feeds, yet there was treatment available within the country for him to have. Behavioural therapy to learn to eat. My local MP, John Leach, helped me to navigate that treatment. And not only did I have a little boy that started to eat, he learned to walk, talk, and he's now in mainstream school with support. So through my sort of tenacity to fight for what he needed, the end result is that he's so much more independent than he would have been. But navigating that system was impossible.
It was really hard.
And continues to be like that.
Yeah.
So we were saying before, weren't we? If you're a carer, you have to be quite tenacious. You have to go out there and ask for things all the time. But we wonder, what we were saying before, like, what about those people that have just given up? What about those people that are just exhausted? What if they don't know the right questions to ask? That's what I find quite concerning when I meet other carers and they've just they've emotionally given up.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually been blunt with you. This is the most important part of my job as a local MP, because you want to put yourself in a position. MPs are very often the last resort people go to, and I know John has been like this, and me too. You make yourself the place of first resort, so people will come to you. And I may not be an expert, but you go and fight the corner for people, because I mean, we'll come to your turn in a moment. but I think the overwhelming message here is that caring for someone in itself it's a great blessing, but it's also emotionally draining, and it's hard work. And then you've got the advocacy and fighting your corner, and having to understand systems that there's no reason why you should have been expected to understand them before you found yourself in this position. That's why good local MPs are important. I'm bound to say that, aren't I? Yeah, go on.
My experience caring for my elderly mother who had rheumatoid arthritis, which meant she was in a wheelchair. She had other complications that she'd had operations for, and coming to her at the end of life, she was in hospital. She was in her home was a facility with carers. They were, you know, really good. But when it came to getting her out of hospital and back into that facility so that she could die at home, it was very difficult. The communication between the hospital and it wasn't a care home, she had her own flat, but there were carers on site. The carers were there, and yet the hospital was saying they couldn't arrange a package of care. Now, I work for the NHS, so fortunately I could sort of do the communication bit and get it moving. It still took me over 2 weeks to get her home. You know, and I think people who don't have that knowledge of who to phone, who to contact, they'd be left and their parents could quite easily die in hospital when they wanted them home, you know. And it's definitely a communication thing between the different agencies that needs tightening up, really.
And you see it work well in some places. I've seen in certain hospitals where you'll have social care teams on site before people are even remotely ready to be discharged, ready for a package for the moment that they are. They are, I think, the exception rather than the norm at the moment. And so I don't doubt at all the desire with both the health service and social care to make those things work. They're all completely frayed and under pressure.
Yes.
And they're in different silos, aren't they?
Absolutely.
One's funded by one agency, one's funded by another. We'll see if what happens here in Manchester makes things any better in the coming months and years. But again, you go out having to go and fight your corner. I mean, we're in the same position. My father-in-law, who has dementia and had an operation recently, physical operation, separate to his dementia, you immediately see the pressure they're under to keep everybody well and to keep everybody happy and to make sure people are basically cared for. And then the concern about how do we get this elderly man home, how do we make this bed free for somebody else who needs it. It isn't the first thing they think about, and the system needs to change to help out. So you've got to, you know, for me and especially my wife, full-time job to make sure you manage that process, and it kind of shouldn't be like that. And that's a very minor experience compared to yours.
It's interesting though that every single person's had the same experience about requiring help and support. You were lucky in that you work within the NHS, so you know your way around the system. But the vast majority of people aren't in that.
They wouldn't know where to start. No, they have to rely on the social worker in the hospital contacting the social care outside the hospital. And
but time and time again, you hear the same story from carer after carer, and the system just doesn't help unravel all the intricate problems that need to be resolved to get the right support.
So in my situation, it was my child social worker. It wasn't my mum's CPN, it was my social worker. So that was a separate system of care that actually stepped in. But if I hadn't had that social worker, I probably wouldn't have passed my exams, or my sister wouldn't have got into college. It was only someone who had their eye on the ball that managed to make it secure that me and my sister had a decent education, and without that person, I don't know what would have happened.
More people like that.
Absolutely.
I don't think people recognise the knock-on impacts that caring responsibility can have had as well, or could have had.
Professionals stop listening, I think, and that's where it takes somebody like your local MP to step in and help you be listened to. Because quite often professionals are hearing the same thing over and over again, and it comes to a stage they stop hearing it. And that, as a parent or a carer, is really frustrating, because the person you're caring for is so important to you.
And you want others to think the same.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think we have to move on outside.
Is that all right? Okay.
Thank you very
Guys,
much.
thank you very much for talking about really personal
Thank
stuff.
you.
I'm really, really grateful. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, you're very well. Nice to see you again. Take care. All the best. Thanks a lot. Yeah, cheers. Thank you. See you, April. Take care. Thanks ever so much. I appreciate that. Take care. Cheers. Thank you.
It's April question.
Oh, yeah. All right. Great.
Yeah, it's Rebecca.
Yep. Are you going straight up? Yeah.
and you get 15 people at the same time.
Maybe, but I mean it's terrible. I suspect. I mean, it could be something as crazy as that. It's more likely hubris come than you do anything they like. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yes. Hello again. All right. Very good. Very good. Super. These guys will direct you. Great. Hi again. All right. Morning. How are you? Nice to see you. You okay? See you. Yeah. Hello.
Well, thank you for making us famous.
Yeah. You're welcome.
On the Irish Times.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't see that bit.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's your website.
Fantastic. There you are. Yeah, I apologise. It's good for the spirits. Hiya. So for us, we've launched this campaign about the dementia tax today. So, which is, the more I look into, the more horrific it is actually. I was at the thing I did to promote neuro disease market. It was really alongside village. Obviously people with MND very often get it young.
Yes.
And
Still liking it in the
well, a friend of
3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. A friend of mine who's 5 years younger than me, say early 40s, he's got MS and he's had it for 6-7 years, and he's still working all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But he's in exactly from the sort of place where it would affect him too. So, and so he's got, as his wife, his son, who is 10. The point he needs social care, which is coming, I'm afraid.
Could be that people who need social care refuse to accept it and try and muddle through in order to preserve their estate, with the inevitable result that they suffer far more falls and other accidents around the home, which then necessitate long and expensive hospital stays or even bring about their premature death. This is a devastating death tax dreamt up on the back of an envelope and apparently winging its way into the Tory manifesto without consultation with expert opinion, the Cabinet, or even the ministers in charge of the policy area in government. It doesn't have to be this way were governments to make better and different choices on public spending. What is needed first is an immediate and substantial injection of money into the social care system. Because UKIP is prepared to cut unjustified public spending on the Barnett formula, HS2 and overseas aid, we are able to offer just such a financial boost, and will do so when we set out our manifesto on Wednesday. But longer term, we also need an agreed way forward for social care to ensure that risk is fairly pooled and bills are fairly paid. Possible solutions range from a national care service, as set out by Andy Burnham some years ago, to insurance policies and products that people could be encouraged to invest in. The Burnham route might have something to commend it if the public could be assured the resources of a national care service funded out of tax revenue could be protected against freeloading, for instance, by new arrivals from other countries. I'm afraid that hurdle would not be cleared if Labour were in government, because Labour has a reputation for being generous to a fault with other people's money. Were I in the shoes of the Tories today, the first thing I would do would be to recognise that Dennis Healey's law of holes is now in play. And for the uninitiated, I should explain that this law is very concise and simply states, in regard to a hole, when you are in one, stop digging. Declaring financial war on millions of retired people who spent a working life being responsible and building up assets does not amount to compassionate conservatism. It amounts to betrayal. So I offer this advice to Team Theresa. Why don't you at least offer people a meaningful choice? That is, after all, what conservatism used to be about. So why not give people an option of chipping into a voluntary social care costs insurance system run by government from, say, the age of 50? If people pay in and then need care, they are covered and should not be charged a penny. If, however, they have chosen not to pay in, then at least you would have the semblance of an argument for reclaiming the costs from estates after death. If you did this, then you could even claim to be adding to your manifesto proposal rather than abandoning it altogether, thereby sparing the blushes of whichever young Tarquin or Jocasta stuck it in without proper stress testing or scrutiny. I think one could tell from the demeanour of Tory ministers sent out to bat for this policy on the political programmes yesterday that they knew they were on a loser. So far, the Conservative newspapers have not really got stuck into the policy with full vigour. The ones that care about their readers will do so this week because it is an unforgivable attack on responsible and hard-working people. And my message to all those who may be hit by the Tory policy but would never vote for Jeremy Corbyn's Labour is simple. Ask yourself what has been the best way to influence the Conservative Party's behaviour and policies in the recent past, and the answer is obvious: by voting UKIP, or at least threatening to vote UKIP. Look how it worked on Brexit, look how it's working on grammar schools. So if I were in your shoes, I'd tell Tory campaigners on the doorstep that you're going to vote UKIP for a common sense and fair approach. And if you do that, there's a very strong possibility this policy will be ditched altogether, or at least greatly modified by the end of the week. Now, I want to turn briefly to the second leg of the Tory attack on the elderly, and that's on the issue of winter fuel allowance. The Conservatives tell us they will mean test it, but will not say at what income level people will lose it. Pensioners can be forgiven for suspecting the vast majority of them will no longer be eligible. The Tories have claimed to be making a principled case against universalism in this area and for replacing it with an assessment of need. So how come the very next day after unveiling the plan, the Prime Minister was helping Ruth Davidson to launch a Scottish Tory manifesto that pledged to keep the allowance for all pensioners north of the border? This is yet another example of the English, and indeed the Welsh, being treated as second-class citizens within the UK. There is simply no good reason why a millionaire pensioner in Edinburgh should receive an allowance of up to £300 to pay for winter fuel, while pensioners on modest incomes in Essex or Easington get nothing. It is the Barnett formula, which leads to public spending in Scotland being £1,700 per head, higher than it is in England, that is behind this. And so it's another vindication of UKIP's policy of dumping that formula and replacing it with a needs-based funding system instead. So Mrs May's social care plan is not conservative, and her winter fuel plan is not unionist. Apart from that, I'm sure everything is going fine on the Conservative and Unionist campaign. Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Yeah.
Does it matter if you win your seat that you're contesting in this election, or your party in general wins anything at all?
Well, I'm standing in Epping Forest. It would matter a lot to me to win, and I think that would be a fantastic breakthrough for UKIP. I think you might be referring to the point Paul Nuttall made on the television yesterday, which was simply that UKIP has shown it's able to influence the course of politics in Britain without MPs. And indeed, one could say that under the current first-past-the-post system, it's proved to date easier for UKIP to get the United Kingdom out of the European Union than it has to get MPs elected into the House of Commons. But we hope to change that in this election. We're not expecting an across-the-board level of voting to match that of 2015, but we do believe we are very much more successfully targeting the areas where we're very strong without actually specifying, the ranking of our target seats.
But do you think that comments like that are helpful in terms of getting the vote out?
Comments like, sorry?
That it doesn't matter necessarily if you have no MPs after this.
Well, I don't think we'd say it doesn't matter. It's obviously better for UKIP to be represented in the House of Commons as well as to command the support of hundreds of thousands or millions of people as well. But I think we're just making the point that one of the key ways that we've worked in recent years has been, frankly, to scare the Conservative Party in particular when they step out of line too badly. And that's why I'm inviting older people who get knocked up this week by Conservative campaigners. If enough of you say we're thinking of voting UKIP because of this policy, I don't see that it would last through next weekend. Harry, you seem amused.
I'm always amused, Patrick. Thank you. Harry Cole from The Sun. Do you have any reaction to the news that the Commonwealth feel the need to send election monitors from Ghana and Australia and Mauritius to oversee UK elections, particularly in Birmingham? Is that something you can welcome, or do you think it makes a fuss about our electoral system?
I think our electoral system has a lot of problems around postal voting on demand in some areas. In some inner city areas, I think there have been problems in the past with intimidation of voters. And I think people at the Electoral Commission have recognised that certain features of the way elections are run, particularly in inner city areas, are pretty disgraceful. So I think there's no room for complacency at all. And if we have visitors from other countries to have a look and monitor, I think that's quite welcome. It doesn't necessarily mean, of course, that their own democratic systems are above criticism. So I think it's perfectly welcome. Let's have as many eyes on how things are done as possible. Yeah, go on.
That ex-leader of the Lib Dems, Clark or Clerk, whatever his name is, he was on the radio this morning. Watford for about half an hour. They give him so much space
Yeah.
that he was really cutting his own throat in the end. He was talking about proportional representation.
Yes.
But he kept talking so much, it just was waffle. And the more space they gave him, the more waffle he came out with.
Right.
Nothing very good, but it's typical of the BBC. They keep pushing the Lib Dems all the time.
Well, as you know, I've had some criticisms of the BBC over recent years, and we've got a policy of scrapping the BBC licence fee. But I think during an election, they're quite entitled to put on politicians of lots of different parties, and I don't particularly see that increased exposure of Nick Clegg to the masses is going to harm the prospects of UKIP or indeed any other party at all. So I think it's a great democratic festival, a general election, so the more Clegg, the better. Anyone else? No, thank you very much then. Thanks.
Thank you. April, what would you say?
I was a young carer, and it's a bit different in that you have the similar problems in having to have agency for the adult, for the parent, but it's a bit difficult because then you're kind of taking a parental role, so you become you kind of take over the role of parent to your own mum and dad, and it's a similar situation.
It's probably to do with these party political broadcasts or something.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with it. Press getaway.
So that's why they ain't got time. It's got these PPB.
It's a similar situation in that you have to learn really quickly about these like weird systems, but you're a child, and I suppose what I would like to see going forward is more care going in before it gets really bad. So before like a social worker or someone has to be called up because the family are in crisis mode, I'd like the carers to have more agency and sympathy before it gets to a red, alert type scenario.
That's how. What do you mind me asking what age you were when you began caring for your parents?
My father died when I was 9, so my mum was in a wheelchair from when I was 4. But obviously, when my father died, me and my sister came over as carers, so I was 9.
Yeah.
And the school didn't understand. The school assumed that there was a package of care at home.
Yeah.
I was going through exams. My sister was going through exams. And it was only until my sister was doing her GCSEs did they give us a carer, but it was only 5 hours a day, just so she could do exams. So you became the overnight adult. You didn't have time to go and hang out with your mates. You didn't have time to have downtime. It's like what Jerry says. You don't stop. You don't get a break.
Permanent. April, thanks very much for telling us that. Thank you. Rebecca,
Yeah, I'm a mum and carer to a little boy, Michael, who's 5. The biggest challenge for me has been lack of communication and fighting all the time to join services up and get the support that we need. It's a constant challenge raising a child with developmental differences, and it's so hard to navigate the support that your child needs. As a carer, it's unbelievably isolating, and there are support networks available, there are things available, but you aren't told about them, so it's up to you to try and find them. And juggling that whilst caring for a child 24/7 is really difficult.
Yeah. And so the specific problems that you came across, was that also with the kind of health and social care boundary? Was that a problem for you?
Yeah, my little boy has some feeding difficulties, and the normal course of intervention for a child like him would be tube feeds, but actually physically he's able to eat. And locally there was no treatment available to get him to eat real food, which was obviously going to be better for his development overall, make him less medically dependent. Locally, they wanted us to opt for the route for tube feeds, yet there was treatment available within the country for him to have, behavioural therapy to learn to eat. My local MP, John Leach, helped me to navigate that treatment, and not only did I have a little boy that started to eat, he learned to walk, talk, and he's now in mainstream school with support. So through my sort of tenacity to fight for what he needed, the end result is that he's so much more independent than he would have been but navigating that system was impossible.
It was really hard.
And continues to be like that.
Yeah.
So we were saying before, weren't we? If you're a carer, you have to be quite tenacious. You have to go out there and ask for things all the time. But we wonder. Well, we were saying before, like, what about those people that have just given up? What about those people that are just exhausted? What if they don't know the right questions to ask? You know, that's what I find quite concerning when I meet other carers and they've emotionally given up.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually been blunt with you. This is the most important part of my job as a local MP, because you want to put yourself in a position. MPs are very often the last resort people go to, and I know John has been like this, and me too. You make yourself the place of first resort, so people will come to you. And I may not be an expert, but you go and fight the corner for people because, I mean, we'll come to your table in a moment. but I think the overwhelming message here is that caring for someone in itself it's a great blessing, but it's also, you know, emotionally draining, and it's hard work. And then you've got the advocacy and fighting your corner and having to understand systems that there's no reason why you should have been expected to understand them before you found yourself in this position. That's why good local MPs are important, I'm bound to say that, aren't I?
Okay, so Ava, just give me your take on the Conservative plans to include the House with paying for social care.
So I think it's disproportionately going to look after certain people than people south of the border. It's not really going to benefit people that have house prices that are going up and up and up, and I think the government have failed to look at house prices and failed to recognise that in this policy. But more so than that, I feel that the government are constantly overlooking the role of carers, and they don't inform policy on incentivising carers in their position. So if we all went on strike, it would cost the government more money to put in a carer. So I'm not the
Worthless, absolutely worthless, because at the end of the day, you're looking after your mum, your dad. Going to sell their only asset.
Ignore the environment, Greens will protect it. We will continue to set the agenda with bold policies to transform people's lives, with things like a pilot for a basic income scheme and a shorter working week. We'll protect the NHS. We'll properly fund it, yes, but crucially we'll also take the private sector out of it. We'll repeal the Health and Social Care Act and replace it with the NHS Reinstatement Act. That's a bill that I've had the honour of presenting to Parliament a couple of times now already as private members' bills. We'll also proudly stand up for free movement, and we'll give the British people an explicit option to remain part of the EU as part of a ratification referendum on the Brexit deal. And let me say a few more words just now about Brexit, this huge challenge that's facing us, in our view, the huge threat that is facing us in terms of the extreme Brexit which Theresa May is pursuing. So let us make no mistake, she has no mandate for the kind of Brexit she is pursuing, out of the single market, out of the customs union, leaving key social and environmental protections behind, leaving free movement. That was not on the ballot paper. Yes, there was a vote to leave, but it's not clear what that leave looks like in practice, which is why we say it is right for the British public to have a final say on the deal, not just MPs, as Theresa May would have it. It was the British people that set off this process. It is the British people who should be able to look at the small print of the final deal. And if they like it, then fine. But if they don't, then they should have, we should have, that right to remain inside the EU. And that is what the Green Party is offering. We are also saying to EU nationals who have made their lives here in good faith that, of course, your future here should be guaranteed immediately now, not using them cynically as bargaining chips, as Theresa May is doing. And we are the one party that is proud to stand up for the wonderful gift that is free movement. It is an extraordinarily precious gift to be able to work and to travel and to live and to learn and to love in 27 other member states. My kids, I want them to benefit from that. I want everyone's kids to benefit from that. And I want to broaden that out so that everyone can benefit. And do you know what? I feel that in particular it is young people who have been betrayed by this Brexit vote, because we know the majority of young people want to stay inside the EU. And in our manifesto, in our Green Guarantee today, we are talking particularly to young people. We're making a pitch to them saying not just that we think they've been betrayed by the decision on this extreme Brexit, but also they are being burdened by debt, which is why we'd scrapped tuition fees, and we're delighted that Labour's caught up with us on that one. It's also why we want to see a genuinely affordable housing, including rent caps and longer tenancies, and we would set up what we're calling a living rent commission, so we could start looking to see what would be a reasonable rent given the cost of living in different areas, rather than making it clear that young people are never going to be able to save up enough for any kind of deposit because they are constantly paying over the odds rent. But also, one of the biggest ways we are letting down our young people is on the environment. Last year was the hottest year on record. The 2016 State of Nature report said that 60% of species in the UK are in long-term decline, 15% at risk of disappearing from our shores altogether. Now, we launched an environment manifesto, a specific environment manifesto last week, and in that we pledged a new Environment Protection Act, which would safeguard and enhance the environment upon which we depend for literally everything. It set out our approach to key threats like air pollution. Air pollution is a public health emergency. It is linked to the premature deaths of 40,000 people in this country, and yet it hardly even made it into the Tory manifesto. It sets out as well the kinds of policies we have around investment in renewables, energy efficiency, keeping fossil fuels in the ground. But it also crucially sets out how we would protect that body of EU law that currently protects our environment and which we need it to have safeguarded and enhanced in a post-Brexit world. And what we're talking about there is making sure that that legislation is not only transferred from the EU to the UK statute books, but that it is properly enforceable. We need the legal architecture there to make sure that in the absence of the European Commission or the European Court of Justice, we can enforce that law. So Brexit, the environment, the NHS in crisis, we face huge challenges, huge questions. But I'm proud that the Green Party is at least beginning to ask, well, is asking those questions and is beginning to get some of the answers as well. And we want to have that debate with you about the kind of answers to these major questions we face today. This election is about what kind of future we want for our children. It is about protecting our values of openness, of compassion, of cooperation. It's about our promise that a confident and caring future is possible if we work together, if we do politics differently, and if we dare to be more ambitious. So the guarantee says we're ready, and we hope you'll join us by voting green on June the 8th.
So we have time for some questions. Would anyone like to ask Caroline or Jonathan?
Libby Wiener, ITV News. Many of your policies seem very, very close indeed to Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. Are people really getting a choice in this election?
Well, they certainly are. And first of all, of course, they say, don't they, that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. So we're very glad that Jeremy Corbyn has obviously been looking at our 2015 general election manifesto and taken lots of our policies like bringing rail back into public ownership, cancelling tuition fees and so on. But there are some very important things that sadly he is not doing. Brexit is the obvious one. I feel so let down by the fact that Labour has not been a rigorous opposition when it comes to Brexit. Essentially, they have allowed the government to have a blank cheque on a hard Brexit, and not only that, they help them cash it in at the bank as well. So on Brexit, we are very clear that we want as close as a relationship to the EU as possible. We want to be part of the single market. We want to stand up for free movement. Labour's not offering that. On the environment and climate change, they don't go nearly as far as we do, and they cannot be champions of renewable energy and then also support money for Hinkley Nuclear Power Station. They cannot be peacemakers and still support over 100 billion for Trident nuclear weapons. So sadly, we feel there's still quite a long way to go from Labour, and we're proud to be offering something very distinct.
Tessa Chapman, 5 News. Is there a danger, though, that people might understand or respect your Remain message, but be put off by your more radical, costly policies when it comes to scrapping tuition fees, paying off student debt?
I think we need to have an honest conversation about taxation in this country. Look at Germany. It spends 44% of its gross domestic product on public expenditure. We're hitting 40% and heading downwards. It is absurd that the Conservative government said it was going to pay off the deficit whilst cutting corporation tax for the rich corporations and their excess profits. How is that going to work? They have no economic credibility. We can be like Germany. We can find 75, perhaps 100 billion pounds if we're moving up to German levels of proper investment. The money is there. The problem is that the money is in the wrong hands. It needs the political will to make those decisions. The Resolution Foundation estimates that because just the corporation tax cuts since 2010 through to today, cutting from 27, 28% down to 19% and now wanted to go down to 17%, we could have 125 billion pounds more. If we carry on in that direction, 235 billion pounds more. Now the NHS budget is around 125, 130 billion. That gives you an idea of how much money there is, but it requires the political will to do it. And I think people are getting that, they're responding to that, and we're seeing it over social care. The Conservatives have clearly scored a massive own goal politically about pursuing this social care policy where people are going to lose their homes, anything over £100,000. And suddenly people are saying, hang on, it doesn't have to be this way. If we hadn't made those cuts, there could have been the investment in social care. There's only a crisis now in social care because of underinvestment. Yes, the ageing population is coming, but the crisis right now is here because of Tory mismanagement of the economy and making the wrong choices over the last 7 years. People are getting that and people are wanting that progressive taxation. They realise that the money has been sucked out of the economy, it's gone for excess profits into corporations, and it doesn't have to be like this.
Do you believe that there's still a 48% sort of Remain contingent, or do you feel that the mood has kind of shifted now? I think some people who voted Remain maybe think that we still just need to get on with Brexit, and do you think on that you might be slightly out of touch?
But I think the critical thing here is that there is going to be a period of time for the negotiation, the next 18 months or so, and at the end of that, at the moment, it's proposed that that should come back to Parliament to sign it off. The distinction we're making is that it should come back to the British public. So we're not suggesting that these negotiations should go on any longer than Theresa May is. But what we are saying, crucially, is that democracy has to be at the front and centre of the decision. And therefore it is right that the British people get to see what the final deal looks like. And already we're seeing so many of the promises that we were made unravelling. I mean, the famous, of course, the 350 million for the NHS weekly has been, you know, it was evaporated within a couple of days of the referendum result. But things like the threats of Turkey joining the EU, or all kinds of other threats that were made, which are now unravelling at the same time as things like inflation is going up and people are beginning to realise that it is going to cost them to leave the EU. So given that I think we're going to have a lot more information about what leave really looks like over the next 18 months or so, I think it's absolutely right that people get the rights to look at that small print.
There was another hand at the back a minute ago. I don't know if that's...
Hello, Mike White from the New European. We haven't heard much from Andrea Leadsom in this campaign. I hope she's not unwell. We do hear from Mr. Trump. Is it your impression that in the battle for control of the presidency, that the grown-ups are winning on the environmental agenda, or that the kindergarten tendency is still in charge? Candidate.
Well, I'm doing that one away.
You're all friends of Michael.
Well, I think the latter of those two options seems to be rather more likely, unfortunately. There is a real fight on our hands to be serious about what will happen to the Paris Climate Agreement and so forth. But you know what? Even if the worst happens and Trump completely turns his back on it, I think the good news is that there is so much momentum behind the green economy, behind green energy, behind renewables and green technologies. It is already telling its own economic story, which is that it is cheaper than the fossil fuel alternatives. So I think it's going to be far too late to try and turn that back. So yes, at this critical moment, it will be wonderful to have more real champions of shifting to that greener society, greener energy, greener economy. We need that. But the worst case scenario that some people are painting, i.e. that Paris could completely collapse because of Trump, I don't think will happen, because I think the economics are speaking for themselves. It makes economic sense to be investing in green energy, not just environmental sense.
So Trump doesn't have a veto on this. It's too late for that.
I think it's too late for that.
Hi, Peter Walker from the Guardian. Sorry to be you accidentally turned off.
Ouch!
The Progressive Alliance so far doesn't seem to have come to much, and the poll ratings are kind of more or less what they were. Have you got a metric for what success would look like in this election? And it looks much like it did at the 2015 election. What else can you do to try and get the green message over to people?
I say, well, I think the metric is the fact that despite, you know, it was disappointing that the Labour leader and the Liberal Democrat leader didn't respond to our joint letter right at the beginning of the campaign as a priority to come and talk, to have conversations about this. But you know what? There's an insurrection going on, and that's what the metric is. In 30 seats around the country, people are talking. Green candidates have shown leadership and stood aside. And if there are wins in those seats, it will be the Greens what won it. Absolutely clear. You know. But this election is the beginning, not the end. You know, we're looking at a system which is creaking under the strain. In 1950, 95% of people voted for the two big parties. Now we're down to 2/3. Clearly the system is fragmenting. It's the system that has not caught up. The Green Party is clearly ahead of the curve on this and is looking at what kind of control, what kind of democracy we want for the 21st century. Have you done it again without, you did that without moving your hands? That's very impressive. And so, you know, I think it's clear that things are heading in the right direction. And this is the start of a very important process. And you know, I'm proud of the party for making that stand and leading the way.
Are there any more questions? No?
Otherwise we'll do a quick...
Yep.
This one here. No, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Awesome, Jerry.
to the new theatre, hundreds of events across the 4 themed seasons. And that makes Hull the perfect place for Labour to launch its pledges for the arts and cultural industries, a creative future for all. So I'm very pleased to introduce and to welcome back to Hull the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party and Labour's Shadow Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, Tom Watson. Thank you.
Fantastic to be back. Emma, thank you for that excellent introduction. I used to live in Hull, and I've got very great and fond memories of the city. Indeed, I went back to visit some of my former haunts last night. Do any of you know the small music venue called the Adelphi? Well, I used to live next door to it, and I walked down the Grey Street last night, and Paul Jackson still runs it. Last time I was there was 25 years ago, and he said to me, "Are you going to try and blag your way in for free like you used to?" So not a lot changes, but actually it did change because I paid £3 to get in last night, and I saw 3 acts. Now that is culture for the people, £3 for 3 bands, and I happened to see an act called Katie Spencer, who had such a distinguishing guitar playing style. It reminded me of the first time I'd ever heard John Martin play. So if you want to see an up-and-coming artist, look out for Katie Spencer. What's the point I'm trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is those of us that have lived here always knew that Hull was a city of culture. But it's just fantastic. That's Katie Spencer's age on face. But it's just fantastic that it's been finally made official. And I'm immensely proud of this city. I'm immensely proud to be Labour's Shadow Culture Secretary. And Jeremy and I share an ambition to ensure that millions of people who want to enjoy arts and culture have the opportunity to do so. We're here today to hear Jeremy outline Labour's vision for the arts and the creative industries. That is if Carl can switch his phone off in time for us to all hear the speech. And I'm sure that everyone in this room knows how important this sector is. But just for the avoidance of doubt, the creative industries contribute £84 billion a year to our economy. They provide 2 million jobs. Arts Council figures show that every pound of public investment returns £5 in tax contributions from the sector as a whole. The creative industries can regenerate whole communities. This city knows that far better than most. With Labour in power, Hull has seen the benefits of investment in culture and the arts and how that can drive regional economic growth and regeneration. The creative industries will be judged on the amount of revenue they generate. But there's another measure that's less easy to quantify. And that is the benefit of more people reading, listening to music, painting, visiting galleries or exploring our heritage. The unique things that Britons create give our nation a particular way of speaking to the world. An influence that doesn't come from military power or economic success alone, but from what people love about us. When it comes to the cultural sector, we're admired around the planet. We have global crowds beyond our size. And whatever uncertainty lies ahead, we can be at the heart of a global culture. Now, our economy is set to be transformed by automation, and we need to respond to that by becoming a more creative nation. And teaching arts and culture is one way to do that. And even more important than that is the way arts let us talk to the world. It's the way arts let us talk to each other. I believe access to the arts and culture is profoundly civilising. They broaden our horizons. They help us understand each other, to be more tolerant of each other's differences. They help us build communities. And right now, in the midst of the upset and division that the referendum caused, it feels like we very much need that. It feels like we need the shared experiences this sector provides, The things we all watch, we make, listen to, the museums we visit, the art galleries we go to, the video games we play. And when I first got the job as Shadow DCMS Secretary, I read the speeches of Jenny Lee, the first ever Labour Arts Minister. She believed access to the arts was as fundamental to our health and happiness as the National Health Service. I agree with her. The Tories, not so much. The arts and culture are always one of the things they target. Arts Council and local authorities spending on culture and the arts has fallen by hundreds of millions of pounds since the Tories came to power in 2010. And the past 7 years has seen arts and culture systematically removed from our education system, leading to a collapse in the numbers of students taking art, music and drama. Under a Labour government, arts and culture will be getting the funding they need to prosper. Our £1 billion Cultural Capital Fund will let us upgrade and regenerate existing facilities. And one of the great things about this job is the people you meet and the places you get to visit. I've met kids in Newark who've been given free music lessons thanks to a Labour mayor. I visited Corby, where the community have set up an art space in a disused building with the help of their local Labour council. I visited the Whitworth Gallery in Manchester and saw rows of parked up prams because it's so popular with mums and their young children. A Labour government will place the creative industries at the heart of our industrial strategy, leaving so that when we leave the European Union, it will put the creative industries first. And the Labour government will put inclusivity at the heart of everything we do. The arts should be accessible to all. A creative education, access to the arts and culture, the opportunity to pursue a career creating something they love, these things should be available to everyone, not just the privileged few. Now, I'm going to pass you on to someone who knows just how important access to the arts and culture can be. She's someone I've admired from afar from a very long time. She's one of our finest actors, and she's incredibly brave. Please welcome Samantha Walton.
Excuse me, I've never done anything like this before, but I think now is the time. I'm really thrilled to be here today in Hull. I'm going to read off this. I've not done that before. I'm just going to read off that. I'm really thrilled to be here today in Hull, the UK City of Culture 2017, to introduce Labour's pledges for the arts and creative industries. And I'm especially pleased that Labour is putting access to the arts for all at the heart of its pledges. The creative arts have so much to offer us all, whether as audiences or as creators and performers. We've all had our lives enriched by a song, or a poem, a novel, or a dramatic performance, even an image, a painting. Art is not an afterthought to what elections are fought over. Art is part of what makes our lives worthwhile. It is a political issue. Every time a museum, or a gallery, or a library closes down, or a child is denied the chance to study an artistic subject, or a young person with talent has to abandon a promising career in music or theatre because they can't afford to support themselves, that's a loss to all of us. Now, I come from a working class background, and without drama teachers at school and the inspiration they gave me and the opportunities they opened up in my life would have been very different. I certainly wouldn't be here today. And I couldn't have had the career I've had if my talents hadn't have been identified and spotted and supported at a really, really early age. There are young people growing up today who have huge artistic talent, but who don't have the support they need to develop it properly. Artistic careers shouldn't be restricted to those with the most family wealth behind them, or those who go to the most expensive schools. And that is why it's so important that Labour's policies to make sure that children have the opportunity to study artistic subjects in school and to build up our cultural institutions so that everyone can use them are put into effect. That is why I'm Labour, and I hope you are too. Please welcome the leader of the Labour Party, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you for your great talent and the way you share that talent with so many and help so many to inspire so many young actors to achieve what you've achieved. We're really honoured and proud that you're here today to launch our cultural manifesto. Thank you very much indeed. Nana, thanks for your introduction. I look forward to you joining Carl and Diana as three brilliant representatives for Labour for Hull. Thank you all for being here. And I also want to thank Tom Watson, a former Hull University student. I can't claim to have been a Hull University student, but Tom is going to be an absolutely brilliant Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport in the next Labour government because he's totally dedicated to the brief that he's got and the determination that culture should be there for all. Tom, thanks for what you said this morning, and thanks for everything you're doing in this campaign. Actually, there could be no better place to launch our cultural manifesto. And during the hour after the general election was announced, Tom and I put our heads together and we said, culture launch will be in Hull. And it is. And we're here. It's Labour's guarantee of culture for all. And I think it's absolutely right we're here. In the last Labour government, our then Culture Secretary, Andy Byrne, was impressed by how Liverpool had been transformed after we made the European City of Culture. And I was in Liverpool over the weekend, and we had an incredible music event over the water in the Wirral. And 20,000 people turned up to a football stadium to enjoy music. That is a mixture of sport and music and inspiration of so many people. We want that chance for everyone. Andy proposed the idea that every 4 years we should have a UK City of Culture. What he was unable to do was guarantee that speakers in an election campaign don't lose their voice. And thanks to the brilliant bid that was put forward by Hull City Council, Hull was chosen to be the City of Culture. Congratulations to Hull. Well done on the bid you put forward. These things don't happen by accident. They happen with very, very hard work by a lot of people. And Hull had hoped to encourage an extra 1 million people to visit Hull during 2017. 1/3 visited in the first week. And I'm not surprised. Look at what you've offered. Anyone arriving at Hull Station, what's the first thing you see? A replica of Amy Johnson's play, made by prisoners to help them learn new skills, which is excellent for anyone in prison, but also as a gift to this wonderful city in memory of one of its favourite daughters, Amy Johnson. Well done, Hull. Well done, the prisoners. Well done, Amy Johnson. Blade saw a 200-foot wind turbine blade made locally at Siemens Greenport factory go on display in Queen Victoria Square. The Poppies Weeping Widow had 450,000 visits in just 2 months. And finally, you created the Sea of Hull by encouraging 3,000 local people. Yes, it's very broad-minded. To strip naked, paint themselves blue, and be photographed in the early hours of Saturday morning. These photos, taken by an absolutely brilliant photographer, Spencer Tunick, are now on display in the refurbished Ferrens Art Gallery. So in a very, very nice way, the people of Hull made an exhibition of themselves. I'd like to thank Labour Council leader Steve Brady for all his hard work in helping the city be lit. Steve, well done you and your colleagues, and well done Hull's Chief Executive Martin Green also for the effort he put into achieving this, because this is a team that delivered something absolutely brilliant for this city. Because we can see what transformative powers of culture have done for Hull. Not just attracting visitors and creating absolutely world-class cultural events, but here in Humber Street, where a former fruit market has been regenerated into a thriving cultural hub, creating new businesses and new jobs. The new Humber Street Contemporary Art Gallery next door has seen 60,000 visits. 60,000 visits in the first 6 weeks. It's estimated that being the UK City of Culture will bring £60 million in economic boost to the City of Hull this year alone. That is an achievement that everybody should be very proud of. And this city that has done so much for this country, brought us so much art, brought us so much poetry and so much inspiration, is a model that we can all learn from. And now Labour wants to replicate what we've seen in Hull across the rest of Britain. And here's why. Our music industry alone contributes £4 billion to our economy each year. But every Adele or Stormzy has to start somewhere. And small venues like Hull's new Adelphi, which obviously inspired Tom Watson to go on to greater things, and larger ones like Fruit, give artists their first break as they learn their craft. But over the last 10 years, in London alone, 40% of small venues have closed. That means there's nowhere for budding musicians to perform, there's a loss of rehearsal space. Where are the next generation of musicians going to come from if we take away facilities now? And this Conservative government has made matters even worse for artists. Since 2010, they've slashed 48 million of funding for the arts councils in England, Wales and Scotland. There is creativity in all of us. Labour's mission will be to set that creativity free. We need to give people the opportunity for all their creativity to flourish. So today, we unveil our cultural manifesto, which sets out a bold and inspiring programme to encourage creativity. We're pledging £1 billion to launch a new cultural capital fund to support our world-leading cultural industries that have been savaged by Conservative cuts. We will end austerity to boost creativity. It will be amongst the biggest arts infrastructure funds ever created. It will boost arts, music, theatre and literature, upgrading our cultural and creative infrastructure for the digital age and supporting our economy. The fund will also invest in creative clusters across the country based on a similar model to business enterprise centres. I don't want to see just one city benefit from the transformative powers of culture every 4 years. Our Cultural Capital Fund will help many more towns and cities like Hull benefit all the year round. The fund will be administered by the Arts Council, a Labour creation under Jenny Lee, as Tom pointed out, over a 5-year period, and help to transform our country's cultural landscape. We will also protect and invest in music venues to support grassroots and professional music, ensuring a healthy music industry right across the country in every town and city. Labour will review the business rate system to make it fairer to organisations like music venues. This is actually very important and very practical help that we can give. Extending the £1,000 pub relief to help small music venues that are suffering from extraordinary rate rises at the present time. We will also maintain something that we're very proud of in the Labour Party and Chris Smith achieved when he was our Secretary of State in 1997. We will maintain free museums and invest in our heritage sector. I remember Chris explained to me how he went to the National Museums after they'd been made free, and suddenly everybody could be there. Before that, they couldn't. Our national heritage is national for everybody, not just those that can afford it. The heritage sector is central to both the identity and the economy of local communities across the country. Because access to culture is vital to the emotional and intellectual growth of all of our people, but especially important for young people. We want to unleash the potential of every young person, not just through education in a normal school setting, but also through culture. In every one of us, there's a poet, a writer, a singer of songs, an artist, a creative thinker. But too few of us are able to fulfil any kind of artistic ambition. Under the Conservatives, it's getting worse. Per pupil funding for schools is going to be cut for the first time in a generation. It's become so bad that head teachers are being forced to send out begging letters to parents to make donations just to keep the schools running. This is a shameful state of affairs. So, we will be, in addition to properly funding our schools, scrapping tuition fees and introducing universal free school meals in our primary schools, something pioneered here in Hull. But we will go further. Labour will introduce an arts pupil premium that will allow every primary school child in England a chance to learn a musical instrument, take part in drama and dance, and have regular access to theatres, galleries and museums. Labour will not only feed our children's stomachs, we will feed their minds and unleash their creativity. The Arts Pupil Premium will provide £160 million per year to boost creative education and ensure arts facilities in state schools match standards found only now in many private schools. We will deliver a creative future for all and a culture for the many, not the few. But we need your help. If people want to see these transformative changes, then they have to be able to vote. Those who are not on the register have 12 hours, 26 minutes to get registered. 12 hours, 26 minutes, and it'll take you 2 minutes. So you've still got 12 hours, 24 minutes to do whatever you're planning to do today. Since the election was called, more than 2 million people have registered to vote. 40% of them aged between 18 and 24. So my message is simply this. If you're being held back and want to lead a richer life, then get registered and have your say.
Meddwl I alw etholiad yn ddiddordeb ac lles ein gwlad. Good morning and welcome to the launch of the Welsh Conservative Party manifesto here in North Wales. And it was in North Wales that the Prime Minister had the plan to call a general election in the national interest. Our plan for a stronger Wales, a stronger Britain and a prosperous future. As we leave the European Union, the union of the United Kingdom is more important now than ever before. And as Secretary of State, I've seen at first hand the Prime Minister's commitment to Wales and to the Union. Since her very first speech on the steps of Downing Street, Theresa May has put the Union at the heart of her programme for government. And we have a strong record in Wales. City region deals in Cardiff and Swansea with a commitment to a North Wales growth deal. Investment in our railways with plans to modernise across Wales. And a fair funding formula, something that many had complained about for decades, but it was this Prime Minister who agreed a new funding settlement for Wales within her first 6 months in office. But this manifesto is about our future. And whatever plans we have, making a success of Brexit will be key. It's central to our economy, central to funding of our public services, and central to our future stability and security. At this time of change, change that could threaten the Union, it has never been more important to have a strong and stable leadership in the national interest. A Prime Minister that is ready to take the difficult decisions and ready to face 27 nations that could be lining up to oppose us. I have the privilege to introduce someone that is a true friend of Wales, a true champion of the Union, and someone that will always act in the interests of the whole of our country. Please welcome the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, and it's good to be here in Wrexham today with just 17 days to go until this crucial general election. Just 11 days after that, the European Union wants the Brexit negotiations to begin. The UK's seat at the negotiating table will be filled by me or Jeremy Corbyn. The deal we seek, negotiated by me or Jeremy Corbyn. There will be no time to waste and no time for a new government to find its way. So the stakes in this election are high. Our future prosperity, our standard of living, our place in the world, and the opportunities we want for our children and our children's children are either in the strong hand you grant me by supporting my candidates in this election, or the weak hand of Jeremy Corbyn, backed by the Liberal Democrats, Plaid Cymru and the SNP, who don't want Brexit to succeed. It is your choice, your decision. Every vote for me and my team in this election will be a vote to strengthen my hand in the negotiations to come. Every vote for any other party, Labour, the Liberal Democrats, Plaid Cymru, is a vote to send Jeremy Corbyn into the negotiating chamber on our behalf. And that is the stark reality of the choice that we face, the choice we must focus on over the next 17 days. Because our future prosperity depends on getting the next 5 years right. That is why we need someone representing Britain who is 100% committed to the cause. Not someone who's uncertain or unsure, but someone utterly determined to deliver the democratic will of the British people. Because if we don't get this right, the consequences for the United Kingdom and for the economic security of ordinary working people will be dire. If we do, the opportunities ahead are great. Now, the Welsh Conservative Manifesto I launched today is a plan to make the most of the opportunities together. It is a plan to make Wales and our union stronger. For this manifesto sets out a vision of Britain around which I believe we can all unite. It's the mainstream manifesto of a mainstream party determined to deliver for mainstream Britain. And to all those who work hard and make this country what it is, I say this. If you have a job but don't always have job security, I'm backing you. If you own your own home but worry about paying the mortgage, I'm backing you. If you can just about manage, but worry about the cost of living and getting your children into a good school, I'm backing you. If you feel you've been let down and left behind by politics and government for far too long, I'm backing you. And to all the decent men, women and families you meet on the streets of places like Wrexham, Bridgend, Cardiff and Newport, and countless towns and villages across Wales and across the country, I'm backing you. To those for whom life is often much harder than many seem to think or realise, I'm backing you. To those who want to get on with their lives, to do their best for the children and to be given a fair chance to get on, I'm backing you. I'm backing those who want a more secure and full life. I'm backing those whose only wish is that their children will do better than themselves. And to those that look to their government and their politicians for a little help and support, I'm backing you too. Because too often in the past, ordinary working people have found the help and support they need just isn't there. And I know that sense of disenchantment is particularly acute here in Wales. We saw that when people here in Wrexham and across Wales chose to ignore the hysterical warnings of Labour, Plaid Cymru and Liberal Democrat politicians in Cardiff Bay and voted to leave the EU. We see it now in the way those same politicians refuse to respect that vote as they try to find new ways to put obstacles in our way. And the cause of that emerging gulf is clear. It is because the Labour Party has taken people in Wales for granted for decades. Just as it has, in fact, in other communities across Britain. They've been in charge in Cardiff Bay for nearly 20 years. Some parliamentary constituencies have returned nothing but a Labour MP for a century or more. Welsh Labour have come to believe they have a right to govern. Yet during their time in charge, the performance of Wales's vital public services has fallen further and further behind. The Welsh NHS is failing because Labour cut its budget. The A&E waiting time and urgent cancer treatment targets haven't been met for nearly a decade. Wales's schools are falling further and further behind the rest of the United Kingdom. It's little wonder that Welsh voters chose to send a message to their politicians in the referendum last June. That should have been a wake-up call, but it wasn't. Labour, Plaid Cymru and Liberal Democrat politicians ignored Wales instead. Worse, they closed ranks, with Plaid Cymru propping up Labour in Wales in order to defend the status quo, as they're determined to do in Westminster too. That would put Jeremy Corbyn in power in a weak and unstable coalition of chaos. And you don't negotiate the right Brexit deal for Britain from a position of weakness. Jeremy Corbyn's coalition of chaos would deliver higher taxes, higher debt and higher unemployment. Labour's policies may have been written by Jeremy Corbyn in London, but the people of Wales will get the bill. But it's not just that Jeremy Corbyn is too weak and shambolic to get the right deal for Britain in Europe. It's not just that his fantasy manifesto would leave families across Wales picking up the bill. It's also that even traditional Labour supporters, people like those here in Wrexham and across Wales, who've loyally given the Labour Party their allegiance for generations, people taught by their parents and grandparents that Labour was a party that shared their values and stood up for their community. They look at what Jeremy Corbyn believes and are appalled. They see a party that once believed in hard work, now headed by Jeremy Corbyn, who wants to crush aspiration and desert those who hope for a better life. A party that once stood for our union of nations, now headed by a man who is willing to collaborate with separatists in order to get into power. A Labour Party that first established our independent nuclear deterrent to keep our country safe, now led by a man who wants to get rid of it and even talks about abolishing the army. The prospect of him walking through the door of Number 10, flanked by an avowed Marxist like John McDonnell and an incompetent Diane Abbott, all propped up by the Liberal Democrats, Plaid Cymru and others, should scare us all. The risk is real and the stakes are high. A loss of just 6 seats will cost my government our majority and create a hung parliament. Just 6 fewer MPs means a hung parliament in which the minor parties will flock to prop Jeremy Corbyn up. That will deliver nothing but chaos. It means Jeremy Corbyn, imposed as Prime Minister, propped up by the Lib Dems, Plaid Cymru and SNP, all of whom oppose the decision to leave the EU and want to fight to keep us in. And who knows what deals Jeremy Corbyn will do to get their support, because we know he would do anything to get their support. And after the weekend, we now know the tactics he is prepared to adopt to get into number 10. He has no strong plan for Britain, which takes on the country's long-term challenges, like I have. No, he wants to sneak over the line by manipulating the fears of old and vulnerable people and falsely claiming that families will lose their house as a result of our social care policy. That is shameful, and it is a shameful abdication of responsibility. So today, I want to put an end to Jeremy Corbyn's fake claims and clarify any doubts about our social care policy and the family home. My manifesto is honest and upfront about our challenges. It includes plans to strengthen the social care system with more and sustainable funding to cope with the long-term pressures caused by the fact that we are an ageing society. Jeremy Corbyn wants to duck this reality and play politics. But there will be 2 million more people over 75 years old in Britain over the next decade alone. Our social care system will collapse unless we make some important decisions now about how we fund it. That is why we have to act. And it is why, to give people security, we included in our plans measures to make sure nobody has to sell the family home to pay for care. And we also said that we would protect £100,000 of your savings. So however expensive your care, you can pass something on to your family. Let's be clear. This plan replaces the existing system, where people often get poor quality care and stand to lose almost all their savings and assets, including the family home. This plan addresses the worry people have when they have a loved one with a long-term condition and they don't know how they're going to afford to care for them. So these are good and sensible plans. They provide the beginning of a solution to social care without increasing taxes on younger generations. And I should say, we are the only party in this election prepared to face up to the reality of our ageing society and offer a long-term solution. But since my manifesto was published, the proposals have been subject to fake claims made by Jeremy Corbyn. The only things he has left to offer in this campaign are fake claims, fear, and scaremongering. So I want to make a further point clear. This manifesto says that we will come forward with a consultation paper, a government green paper. And that consultation will include an absolute limit on the amount people have to pay for their care costs. So let me reiterate. We are proposing the right funding model for social care. We will make sure nobody has to sell their family home to pay for care. We will make sure there's an absolute limit on what people need to pay. And you will never have to go below £100,000 of your savings, so you will always have something to pass on to your family. And what is Jeremy Corbyn's plan? He promises a nonsensical fantasy policy that can only be funded through massive tax rises on younger generations. In fact, just recently, he threatened to increase the basic rate of income tax for millions of people from 20 to 25% to fund social care. That tells you everything you need to know about Jeremy Corbyn's answer to the problem. The alternative is that he sticks to the status quo, which too often provides poor care and leaves old and vulnerable people having to sell their family homes. This manifesto, our manifesto, provides a better way. With it, I'm leading Britain, while Mr Corbyn is simply scaremongering among the elderly and the vulnerable. It is a plan for a stronger union and a stronger Wales. A plan to respond to and deliver on the concerns of ordinary working people everywhere. A plan to build a country that works for everyone, not just a privileged few. It is a detailed programme for government, rooted in the hopes and aspirations of ordinary working people in towns and cities across the country. A clear plan to meet the big challenges we face together. Because unlike the other parties, we are being upfront and honest with the British people about the scale of the task we face. That's what leadership is about. Not ducking the big decisions, painting grand and fantastical visions, pretending you can have something for nothing, and no difficult decisions need to be made. Leadership means being straight with people about the challenges ahead and the hard work required to overcome them. And that is what this manifesto does. It sets out the 5 great challenges faced by our country. 1, the need for a strong economy. 2, responding to Brexit and a changing world. 3, tackling enduring social divisions. 4, responding to an ageing society. And 5, facing up to fast-changing technology. And it sets out what we will do to address each one. And these are challenges that we all face right across our United Kingdom. And the lesson of Britain's history is that we all do best when we tackle challenges together, united. That's how we've overcome obstacles in the past, and that is how we will make a success of our future. In setting out our plan, we're offering a vision for our United Kingdom, not just for the next 5 years, but for the years and decades beyond. A country where everyone has the economic security they need and the chance to live a secure and full life. A prosperous country where each generation can do better than the last. But that all starts with getting the right Brexit deal, one that works for the whole United Kingdom. When I sit down with the Prime Ministers, Presidents and Chancellors of Europe, I will do so as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. When I fight for the best deal, it will be a deal that works for the whole United Kingdom. And when I talk about a better future for our country, I mean the whole United Kingdom. Because unlike Jeremy Corbyn, I believe heart and soul in this great union of nations. And if you give me your backing to represent you at the negotiating table in Europe in the months ahead, I will fight for every person in this United Kingdom, young and old, rich and poor, city, town, country, and all the villages and hamlets in between. It is my fierce determination to get the right deal for every single person in this country. And every vote for me and my team in this election will strengthen my hand in the negotiations and help me deliver the right deal for Britain. A vote for anyone else is a vote to send Jeremy Corbyn to represent us in Europe instead. Because it may say Labour, Liberal Democrat or Plaid Cymru on the ballot, but it's Jeremy Corbyn that gets the vote. And if we get Brexit right, if we are strong in our negotiations with the EU, we can do more to build a stronger Britain and a stronger Wales here at home. Too often in the past, UK governments have tended to devolve and forget. The government I lead will put that right. That is why this manifesto contains clear commitments to spread opportunity and prosperity beyond London and the South East, and to improve the economic security of people here in Wales. Why it includes a specific commitment to bring forward a North Wales growth deal, connecting North Wales with Northern England to encourage cross-border working, building on the success of the Cardiff City deal and Swansea Bay City deal that I signed in South Wales just a few weeks ago. It's why we're committed to bringing down the barriers to trade and commerce between South Wales and the wider UK by scrapping the tolls on the 7 crossings for good, helping 25 million drivers who use the crossings every year and providing a £100 million boost to the local economy. It's why we will introduce a new UK shared prosperity fund, replacing ineffective and restrictive EU structural funds with a new targeted scheme, whose sole purpose will be to reduce the inequalities that exist within and between the 4 nations of our United Kingdom. And it's why, as we leave the European Union, we will ensure that power sits closer to the people of the UK than ever before. That is why, as powers are repatriated to the UK, we expect to be able to increase the decision-making powers of the Welsh Government, as long as no new barriers to living and doing business within our own union are created. It's why the government I lead will ensure the modern industrial strategy that we are pioneering will benefit people, towns and businesses across Wales. That will help to create the high-skilled, high-paid jobs of the future and give our young people every chance of getting on and leading a full and happy life. As Prime Minister of this United Kingdom, that is what I want for everyone in our country. That is because of a simple truth. Across the United Kingdom, we may be 4 nations, but at heart we are one people, and we achieve more together. We all have a stake in each other's success. We all have a stake in our shared future. That is why this election is so important, because this election, more than any other, is about the long-term future of our country, not just about the next 5 years, but the years beyond. Not just about our future, but the future of our children and our children's children too. We can get the best possible deal from Brexit. We can redouble our efforts to make things better here at home. And we can show that with hard work, with a clear vision and the right plan, a mainstream, active, determined government can deliver a better, more secure future for ordinary working people across this land. We need strong and stable leadership to do it. There are just 17 days to go. 11 days after that, the Europeans want the Brexit talks to begin. And the UK's seat at the negotiating table will be filled by me or Jeremy Corbyn. The deal we seek, negotiated by me or Jeremy Corbyn. There will be no time to waste and no time for a new government to find its way. So focus on that choice. Support my candidates here in Wales. Give me the strong hand I need to deliver Brexit. Give me that strong hand and I will deliver for Britain. Give me your support. And with confidence in ourselves and a unity of purpose in our country, we can and we will go forward together. Thank you. Now, I'll take some questions from the media. Laura.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Laura Kunsberg, BBC News. You have today, again, and repeatedly all the way through this campaign, attacked Jeremy Corbyn for being uncertain and unsure, to use your phrase. But you have just announced a significant change to what was offered in your manifesto, saying there will now be the possibility of a cap on social care that was not in the plans that was announced just 4 days ago. That doesn't look so strong and stable, Prime Minister, does it? It looks rather like panic in the face of opposition. And can you tell us today where the cap on social care costs will be set to set families' minds at rest?
Well, first of all, what we are doing and what we set out in our manifesto is a long-term plan for actually securing a sustainable future for social care in this country. So I said, if you just look at the figures of the numbers, even the number of over 75-year-olds, that will be 2 million more within the next decade, our social care system will collapse unless we address this problem. And we can't leave it to the future. We have to start dealing with it now. That's why I want to fix it, and I'm going to fix it. And the plans that we set out were very clear in the manifesto. You can look in the manifesto, Laura. I think it was page 64 or 65. We said we'd issue a green paper. And of course, within that green paper, we'll be consulting on the details of the proposals and the principles that we have set out. What is important is that we have seen over the last few days Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party trying to scare vulnerable and elderly people by telling them and trying to suggest that they would lose their family homes to pay for their care. Nobody is going to have to pay for their care. Nobody is going to have, while they are alive, nobody is going to have to lose their family home. We will ensure that people are able to pass on savings to their children. That is proposals that we have put forward. I think it is the right way forward because it is the right way to deal with this problem that we all face. And we need to deal with it now. Robert Sky.
Thanks very much. Robert Nisbet from Sky News. You talk about a coalition of chaos, but isn't this a manifesto of chaos now? What else are you going to clarify within the next few days? And also, what message do you think this is sending out to those prime ministers and chancellors around Europe that you are prepared to be so flexible with what you originally set down in stone?
I think the message that our manifesto sets out is that as a party and as a leader, I and we, the party, are prepared to be honest with people about the challenges that we face and are prepared to set forward the hard decisions that have to be taken, but a way forward that ensures we are looking after the interests of ordinary working people across this country. And I think what people will see across this country is that they do have a choice. They have a choice between Jeremy Corbyn being propped up by votes for any other party in this country, or a government led by me, which will provide that strong and stable leadership, which will ensure that we're being honest with people about the challenges we face and have a plan to fix those. That's the important thing. We will fix those challenges. We will address them. And we will also build a stronger Britain and a better future. Emily.
Prime Minister Emily Morgan, ITV News. You say that you are prepared to take the difficult decisions, but you have just buckled under pressure over your social care plans. Isn't this U-turn really just a cynical attempt to stop voters leaving you in droves?
Look, first of all, let's be clear. We have not changed the principles that we set out in the manifesto. We're very clear about the principles on which this system will operate and will be based. What we have done is clarified that in the Green Paper, which will be a consultation document, we will have a limit, upper limit, absolute limit on the amount that people will pay for care. But the basic principles remain absolutely the same as when they were put in the manifesto and announced last week. That nobody is going to have to pay for their care while they're alive, that nobody is going to have their family home sold while they're living in it, and that everybody will be able, where they have that, to pass £100,000 onto their families. That's 4 times the limit that currently exists at the moment. This is a good arrangement. It ensures that people can pass savings to their families. It ensures they have the peace of mind, rather than sitting there month after month worrying about the money that's going out of their bank account to pay for their care and worrying about what's going to happen in the future. This takes that worry away from people, but it also ensures that we have a sustainable system for funding social care for the future. That's the challenge we need to address. We're the only party that is doing it. Michael.
Michael Crick, Channel 4 News. I don't recall a U-turn on a manifesto in any election campaign. Now we've had national insurance and this. as Margaret Thatcher might have said, U-turn, or didn't say, U-turn if you want to, the lady is for turning. Doesn't this show that you are really weak and wobbly, not strong and stable? Can you give us an idea of what the cap will be? 100,000? 200,000? 500,000? Don't the people of this country have a right to know what the cap will be?
We have not changed the principles of the policy that we set out in our manifesto. Those policies remain exactly the same. There will be aspects of how this operates that we will consult on through the Green Paper. We were honest that we were going to have a Green Paper and that we would be consulting people on how the system operates. What we have done, which other parties have singularly failed to do, is to recognise the challenge that we face, to respect the needs and concerns of the British people, and to provide a long-term plan for sustainable social care, which means that elderly people in this country won't have to worry about how their social care will be paid for in the future. Now, do we have the Daily Post here before I go to the other? Yes.
Shane Brennan, Daily Post. What guarantees can you give to Welsh farmers and manufacturers that they will have access to a tariff-free market after Brexit?
Well, we want to ensure that we negotiate a comprehensive free trade agreement with the remaining European Union. We want that. I mean, we obviously will be working to have a tariff-free and frictionless a trade arrangement with the rest of the remaining member states of the European Union after we leave the EU. What we will also provide for Welsh farmers and for farmers across the United Kingdom is we will be able, across the United Kingdom, to decide a support system for farming that actually works for Welsh farmers, for farmers across the rest of the United Kingdom. It won't be a system somebody else has devised for a wider group. It will be for us to be able to have that system of support for farmers and to ensure that support that is being provided is as effective as possible. Chris.
Chris Hope, The Telegraph. Two quick questions, Prime Minister. Can you answer yes or no to this question? Will anything else in the manifesto change between now and June the 8th? And the second question, quickly, is why, as Home Secretary, did you grant asylum to the Libyan man who was later arrested by police for the murder of Yvonne Fletcher?
Well, on the latter point, there are rules about how asylum is granted, and any decisions that are taken legally and in accordance with the law of this country. And on the first question, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. We are offering a long-term solution for the sustainability of social care for the future. We are ensuring that elder people, will not have to worry. They will be able to ensure that their care, whether it's in the home or for them to go into a home, is being paid for, and they won't have to worry about those bills month after month after month. And they will have the confidence of knowing that they can pass £100,000 of savings on to their children. Nothing has changed. We will consult on how the system operates, and we will do that through a Green Paper. Anybody else? Yes, sorry, I can't see who. I think that's the last hand that I saw up, so.
Hi there, Jessica Elgott from The Guardian. If in case I'm missing something, this tax, or this dementia tax, would apply to someone who dies a longer death from dementia. But if you die a longer death from cancer, you would have the inheritance tax threshold is £1 million, whereas it reduces to 100,000 in this case. That's still the case, isn't it, even with a cap?
Look, I'm sorry, you're using terms that have been used by the Labour Party to try and scare people in this country. This is a system that will ensure that people who are faced with the prospect of either requiring care in their own home or needing to go into a home for care are able to see that support provided for them and don't have to worry on that month-by-month basis about where the funding is coming from. They won't have to sell their family home while they're alive. They won't have to be worrying, as I say, about those sums of money going out of the bank account each month, and they will be able to pass savings on to their children. This is a policy which ensures sustainability for our social care system going into the future. And we need that, because our system will collapse with our ageing society unless we do take the decisions we need. As I said when I was speaking, the only suggestion that Jeremy Corbyn made about paying for social care was to put up the taxes, the basic rate of tax, from 20p to 25p, so younger generations would have been paying for that. Thank you.
I never asked that, but
Well,
the way you
'cause
guys
I don't want to
play
get you,
it,
you don't want to get your
over
businesses
press.
mixed up.
About the things they
Oh,
think
lovely to
is
see you.
valid.
Thanks for coming by
I'm
today.
not going to get into it. I've had enough of that.
Massive fans. Can't
Really?
believe it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Neither are you.
Well, I'm not shocked. I mean, we think a stable woman who is going to be trusted. My God, look, she promised there wouldn't be an election until the 2020. She broke the promise. She did a U-turn. She said that we'll get 100,000 immigration. It's now 250,000. She's done a U-turn on that, and again put it in the manifesto. All her life. U-turn. She's standing is to be relied on, stable and trustworthy. I think the people have got the real measures. You can't trust them. Well, I mean, you're judges on our manifesto at the moment. I think it's going to be very popular with students. Share it. And what we said when we did the part, not at the scale it is at the moment, what we did say, we'll review it. Well, we're reviewing it. The debts of 10,000 plus now, more than that when it builds over, is just unacceptable. So we're right to say we want to be fair and just in this, and that's what we're doing.
John, do you think Jeremy Corbyn can become Prime Minister?
Yes. Do you?
Who knows?
Well, the press don't think that, but we've always had hostile presses. They've always been against Labour leaders. Now the public are getting a real measure. They like our manifesto, they're liking our leader, and now they've got a woman doing U-turns everywhere. Why shouldn't he be Prime Minister?
Rachel from ITV News here.
Oh, ITV, God blimey.
Come on, come and talk to us, John.
What do you think the way the press have been playing
Come
it,
and
right?
talk to us, John. We've done
They're
our
the
best.
ones that are always running Labour leaders down. I've got to tell you, I wasn't around. It was the same in 1947. Well, the people now are hearing this man. She won't debate with him. We've got a manifesto that people are coming up to the street and saying, this is wonderful. And now you see the woman who's trusted saying, rely on me in these negotiations. She's doing a U-turn. And not surprising, did the Cabinet discuss it? No. Did the Parliament discuss it? No. Did their party discuss it? No. Just me. And she's the only one that does a U-turn on her own me. You can't trust this woman. Let's get on the bus and get off and get the message.
John! John!
Thanks, Jason.
Oh, Alex, do you want to do it?
Yes, I think you might have
Come on.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I was just like, I don't have an idea. You and John together on the steps.
And it was fantastic. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great.
See you later, comrade.
See where we've got to.
Jeremy.
David, we have John and Jeremy on the steps.
City Councillor.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
He gets himself in everywhere.
Is he a troublemaker?
Yeah.
That's a good thing to make.
I am a troublemaker.
Thank you, Angel.
It's all going according to plan. John.
Just get your boat for the...
But John and I are not driving the bus. Well, he might be, I'm not.
But we're on a roll, aren't we?
We're on a roll.
And we're going to win, aren't we?
Yes!
Despite what the press say, we're going to win.
We're going to do
The
it.
public's cottoned on to this man.
You need to look this way, though, to win.
You've got to be nice to this man. But
Who's
don't,
that?
Sean, don't fall off your ladder.
I'm trying not to. He's getting close.
Don't knock Sean's ladder. He's a valuable chap. We don't. Somebody hold it so he doesn't fall.
John, can you just poke your head out?
John, can you come down a bit so you're in the light?
I'm not getting near the sun, am I?
This one here, gents. This way. Brilliant.
John, Jeremy, one over here, please.
Up the left.
To your right.
Just above.
To your right, guys.
To your right.
To your right, guys. Thank you.
Okay, now we're away.
Thank you.
Well done, John.
Thank you very much.
Give us a wave, John.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
current that's building up.
These questions about the IRA.
Thank you. We're going into.
Once and for all. I say we contact the IRA.
Hey! Oh, thank you. Hi. Hi, John. Is that on?
All three of you on the stage, I'll take those.
Can we go over here?
Prime Minister! Prime Minister! How are you? Welcome!
Hello everybody. Thank you for a marvellous reception. I'm here to welcome this afternoon our leader Jeremy Corbyn, and also we've got John Prescott with us. We're going to have a great talk. I'm Robbins, I'm the parliamentary candidate. Going to win this seat here in Scotland. Stop all these cuts. But I won't go any further because it's a marvellous afternoon, and what I'm going to do now is introduce John Prescott to say some words, and also then we'll introduce Jeremy. So thank you all for coming. Thank you.
When I start, I'm going to invite you up to receive the manifesto from me.
Really good. One of the fellas said, "You've no chance." Yeah. Well, I'm saying to him, just read the different manifestos. On this, it's about Labour's values, about the hospitals, the schools, and the health service. That is about decent people getting a treatment of fairness in this country. This one's the blue one. She won't debating with him. She won't talk about it. She said, just trust me. Let me do it. Well, I tell you what, you don't have to trust her. You've got to look what her record is. Yeah. So I'm delighted to be here. I want to say one or two words of that because it's Jeremy you want to hear. But here indeed, here in Scarborough, you know the Labour Party made many changes here in Scarborough. It all started here at conferences in Scarborough. I know, I used to come along with my dad's union. I'd get on the swimming trunk, go in the swimming trunks into the sea. Bloody hell, is the sea still cold? Of course it is. But the heart is warm, and it's about Labour, and I've got to tell you, Scarborough may have started a lot of history of the growth of our movement, the Labour Party, but the changes here are the kind you're faced with. You can either go back to the 1930s with her manifesto, or you can go for the values, the many, not the few. And I've got to tell you this, If you think this woman is stability, trust, and today she's already doing another U-turn on her social care, that she decided it wasn't Parliament that decided her view. Did you see her on telly, didn't you? She was doing that thing. Oh, please back me, trust me, I'm the person. Well, I got to tell you, the record doesn't face up to it. This is a woman who told Parliament won't have an election again by 2020. We're already having it. She did a U-turn. This is a woman who told us I'll get emigration down to 100,000.
Well done you. Just make sure you win it.
Climbing, and she still now puts it in her manifesto.
We're very
this
confident.
is a woman who said, I don't believe in minimum wage. Labour brought it in, and millions of people went back to work with a reasonable wage. Now she wants to adapt it. This woman changes every time, but doesn't want to debate it with this man, does she? Why doesn't she debate with Jeremy? Why shouldn't we have the debate? I tell you what, in this election, make no mistake about it, this election is so fundamental, nobody should have the excuse not to actually come out and vote. Everybody has to vote. Whether you're a pensioner, whether you're a student, whether you're a person in hospital, they were the people, they always ruined public services. Now, I remember a number of elections, I've been around a while. Do you remember this card I had in 1997? Yeah. I tell him that card because the Tories, after the 18 years, had ruined it before. Our hospitals were collapsing, there was a big level of homelessness in our society, unemployment was high, and we came in and we promised. Did we reduce the unemployment and get people back to work?
Yes.
There was an election on. Did we actually talking? Did we rebuild our hospital system?
Yes.
And it's been run down again by her, right? By her government. So all these charges were made and something else.
It's a good video, this, isn't it?
We said we'll reduce the class sizes down to 30. Did we do it?
Yes! This is the Winter Garden, isn't it? All right. What's the Winter Garden? We've got it this summer.
We've got to vote now, we've got to do it. The reality is we did it. What has happened to class sizes now? Teachers are leaving our schooling. The teachers, surgeons and nurses having to go to food bank. That's what the damn Tories have done to us after 6 years. So this time you couldn't have a better time to actually make a difference. And you have to vote. Go out. Tell them to buy this if you want, or to get your copy. Read the difference. Those who are in doubts, you have got the biggest political decision to make. And we've got it. And basically, the argument is whether it's policy. We've won hands down, right? And the argument is to become leadership. Is this man being honest as it This is quite what the Sun and the press said. He is a man for the many in this country, not the few. And that's what the issue is in this election. And to finish off 2 points, I went to school, I failed the 11 plus. And I've had a inferiority complex ever since. She wants to go back to it. And she'll take the money from the state schools and put them into the private schools and build the grammar schools. That is not what we believe in, that is not fairness. And the other one that swung it for me and for somebody. She's so vicious, yeah, she's vicious. She wants to turn on all our people, pensioners, hospitals. But you know what got me? She wants to tear the books apart. She wants for sport, have your little drink, sit on your loss, and then tear this box, Betty the box together. Well, I tell you what, we stopped it before, we'll stop it again. And he stood up. He hasn't got into the personal abuse. He said, I want to talk about politics. I want to talk about the pensions. I want to talk about the children. That's what we're about. That's what the future's about. A fair bit. So I have great pleasure of the man who will replace this woman as the Prime Minister. Here we have Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I come to Scarborough bearing a gift. And the gift is Eric for Scarborough and Whitby.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jeremy. This is the manifesto that's going to put Jeremy in Parliament and be our next Prime Minister, as was said, for the many, not the few. So, thank you very much.
Eric, thank you. And thank you all for being here today. What a fantastic crowd. And you know what? This, I think, is the 52nd event I've done since this election began. And you know what? Each rally gets bigger than the last. I can't imagine why that would be. It's obviously the fine weather here in Scarborough. It's obviously the great venue. It's obviously the great beach and the sea. I can't understand why there are not more people swimming, but I've tested the water. But this is a constituency that we want to win. That's why we're here. We want... Thank you very much. We will win it. Is that agreed? And Eric's the man to do it. And that's why we're here, and we're travelling all over the country doing these meetings and these rallies. Because we want to put that message out to everybody in every single part of the country, what the choices are in this election. And choices need to be discussed. Choices need to be debated. Choices need to be put under scrutiny. I have no problem with that. Unfortunately, the leader of the party, whose name she cannot recall, who is also the Prime Minister, continues to decline going into any debate or taking any questions from the public as a whole. I think that is wrong in an election. An election is about debate and is about choice. And today they presented something as if it was a U-turn, which I'm interested in, because yesterday I suggested they either do a handbrake or a U-turn or something useful on social care. So it's a kind of a triumph of spin over reality. When you announce you're doing a U-turn, you read what she's actually said, and it's exactly the same as what they said last week, but they're pretending it's something different. The reality is this. There are 1 million people in this country, many of them very frail older people, many with disabilities, learning difficulties, who need social care. And there's 1 million waiting for it, and because it's not there, because it's inadequate, many cannot be discharged from hospital because there's nowhere for them to go, and too often families have to make enormous sacrifices, and it's unfortunately usually the women who end up giving up work in order to care for people who ought to be cared for by all of us. And so we're not making false promises. What we will do is immediately put in £2 billion to plug the funding gap in the current crisis in the social care. So that those in desperate need do get the care they need and deserve. That's what we will do straight away. And then we will build our NHS, our social care, our mental health services, so they're fit for the needs of the people of this country. We've been reduced to the idea of the corridor nurse in a hospital. We are going through a mental health crisis in this country. A quarter of us will go through some kind of mental health crisis during our lifetime. Being told to wait 6 months before you get an appointment to an expert or somebody who can give you some therapy, while 6,000 mental health nurses have lost their jobs in the NHS, you're looking at a government that's got its priorities totally and completely wrong in comparison to the needs of the people of our society. And so whilst they would rather further reduce corporate taxation, further reduce the tax burden on the very wealthiest in our society, we have a different approach, a totally different approach. That is not to place that tax cost on 95% of the people of this country, but to place that tax cost where it should always have been, on the biggest corporations and the wealthiest within our society. And then they have the temerity to say, well, it's all the fault of the young people, or it's all the fault of the old people. It's always somebody else's fault. Well, I tell you what, we're not getting into this game of blaming generations. I'm not blaming the young for being young. I'm not blaming the old for being old. I'm saying to the older generation, you make a fantastic contribution to our society. You don't deserve the injustice that the WASPy women have been through. You don't deserve to have uncertainty about social care or the National Health Service, and you don't deserve to be leading a lonely life because society is apparently passing you by. What we have to develop is that inclusive approach to our society, where we do fund and guarantee pensions and social care for those who need it. But we also look at the younger generation. Is it the fault of children now going to school that there is insufficient money being paid by the government towards their schools? Is it their fault there was a banking crisis in 2008? Why should head teachers be put through what is frankly the indignity of having to collect money from the parents in order to sustain the school budget? That is simply wrong. Too many of our children are in oversized or supersized classes. Too many of our children are living a life of poverty. Too many of our children are not achieving what they should in primary school. Therefore, they don't go on to achieve in secondary. Therefore, they don't achieve their ambitions in life. And a child who doesn't achieve their ambitions in life does not become the doctor, the engineer, the teacher, the nurse, or whatever it is they want to achieve. They obviously lose out individually, of course. But you know what? We all lose. We don't have that doctor. We don't have that engineer. We don't have that nurse. We don't have that teacher. I see spending on education, spending on preschool, spending on secondary, spending on university as an investment for all of us. For all of us. And so, it's very clear, hungry children don't learn very well. And too many of our children turn up to school hungry. Parents relying on food banks, even people in work relying on food banks in modern, low-pay Britain. So, immediately, we will introduce a free school meal for every primary school in England, for every child to get that meal, eating it together. And John and I have just come from Hull, and I did say to the people of Hull that amongst its many fine exports was John Prescott, so thank you, Hull. And we launched our cultural manifesto there, a manifesto which is about creating a culture fund for the whole country to support our local theatres, to support our local museums, and Scarborough, you have that fantastic artistic tradition. The theatres, the music, the entertainment, and the creativity that's there. But you know what? In every child, there is enthusiasm. In every child, there is creativity. There is imagination. Isn't it up to all of us to unlock that imagination? And so, one proposal that I'm very proud of, very, very proud of, is the introduction of a pupil arts premium so that every child in every school can learn a musical instrument. And then, as you go on, we all want our children to achieve. We want them to go on and get the apprenticeships, get the skills, go on to university, make the best of their lives. But so many are put off by the cost. So many are put off by the debt. So we're going to do a number of things. One, we're bringing back the educational maintenance allowance so that young people are not deterred from staying on in school or college. Secondly, and it's a big demand and it's a big issue, and we've discussed it very carefully, and we've costed it as well equally carefully. We want to end the tuition fee system in our universities so that no one is deterred from going to university. And in areas where only 15-20% of the young people go to university, I want those figures to rise. I want all of our young people who are able to and benefit from and want to go to university to have that chance. And we all benefit from it. And we will also support those through the return of a maintenance allowance at university. So this election is about all of those things. But it's also about the kind of economy and society we want to live in. 6 million people in modern Britain earn less than the living wage. 1 million are on 0 hours contracts, not knowing from day to day if they're working or not, waiting for that text message, not knowing what their income will be, not knowing if they're going to be able to pay their rent at the end of the week or end of the month. It's simply not right. Why can't we instead have a living wage? A living wage that is really a living wage. That's why we put the figure in there of £10 per hour as a real living wage. And also rights at work from day one, because we have employment laws in Britain that are frankly inadequate and getting worse under this Tory government. So we put all these things together as an opportunity and a right. But it's also about what we do as a country and with our economy. I'm fed up with the imbalance of investment, fed up with the needs of some parts of the country being left behind. When John was in government, he did everything he could to improve devolution, to improve decision-making at a local level. And I've talked a lot with him about this, and we are going to develop that. But we're also going to set up a national investment bank which will invest to all parts of the country, will invest in the infrastructure we need, the good quality railway lines, the broadband, the improved transport connections, and be prepared to invest in sustainable, high-tech, cutting-edge technology to strengthen our economy for the future. Because it's the future of everybody that's so important. And so there will be negotiations with the European Union. I understand that. I understand the result of the referendum. I accept the result of the referendum. And I want a Labour government to negotiate tariff-free access to the European market, protection of the rights we've achieved, protection of the position of the EU nationals, so we have a process and a policy that sustains and defends the manufacturing industry jobs we have all over this country that rely on trade with Europe. These are serious times and serious issues. But I tell you what, we're not going to threaten the rest of the world with turning this country into some kind of tax haven on the shores of Europe to threaten everybody else. I want an economy and a society in Britain that doesn't glory in the levels of grotesque inequality in Britain, but instead a government that is determined to deal with inequality, deal with injustice, deal with poverty, deal with all those issues. And it's about the world we leave behind in the future. How we protect our seas, how we protect our forests, how we protect our coastline, how we sustain our natural environment on which we all live. So with this Labour manifesto has been put together very carefully and properly costed. It offers, I believe, something very different to those that's offered by other parties. We offer good public services, we offer good education, we offer a health service worthy of the name. But above all, we offer the idea that every one of us matters. We're young, we're old, we're black, we're white, we're gay, we're straight, we're all kinds of things in society. And you know what? A blame culture gets you nowhere. A culture of inclusion, a culture of respect, a culture of support means, as a society, you become stronger. It was that great Labour government before I was born that gave us the National Health Service after the Second World War, because they believed in the principles of an inclusive, sustainable society. It's the election of 2017, the election of 2017 that says we want to develop our country fit for the 21st century. We don't pass by on the other side in life. We look out for and support each other. So why should we have a government that passes by on the other side to the homeless, to the children who are not properly fed, to the small businesses struggling to survive, to those that want to change and improve their lives and build the strength of our communities? I'm fed up with a government that can only cut expenditure on the National Health Service, cut expenditure on social care, cut expenditure to local government. I'm fed up with that kind of government. I think it's time to do something different. And so we will be chasing down those who think it's clever to put their money in tax havens. We won't be handing 60 billion over to the poorest, to the richest in our society at the expense of the poorest. With Labour, you'll get a government that genuinely works for and cares for all. And I simply say this. It's now coming up to 3:30. At midnight is the last moment to register to vote. Over 2 million people, mainly young people, have already registered since this election was announced. So if any of you here haven't registered to vote, I'm not going to embarrass you by asking you to put your hands up. I'm asking you to go straight to your iPhone or borrow one from the neighbour next to you, get online, do it now, register to vote. Because it's your future. And we receive some criticism in some of the media, I believe. And I believe some of it is sometimes personal against good friends of mine and even myself. But I tell you this, I haven't got time, energy or inclination to get in the gutter with that kind of politics. Because our energies are totally focused on winning this election on June the 8th. So I invite all of you who are watching or listening today, join in our campaign, but I invite all of you to do all the things we always do in elections, where we deliver the pamphlets, we knock on the doors, we talk to people, we encourage them to come out to vote. That is absolutely crucial. But what is also crucial is the atmosphere in which the election is conducted. Thank you very much, that's great. The voice of the future. What is also crucial is that debate, that discussion you have in the cafe, in the pub, on the bus, on the train, anywhere you go, have that discussion. This election is a choice between a party that glories in inequality, that glories in tax relief at the top end, that pretends somehow or other everything's working, when everybody who's on frozen wages, everybody who's waiting in a hospital queue, everybody who's waiting to get decent housing, all those that are waiting for that chance to make the best of their lives. The choice is there. I invite all of you, come together for the many, not the few. Thank you very much. Now, when
Can you get a place where you can see us speak? Terence, where's the platform so we can come nearby?
That way, so she can follow us up if she wants.
Come on to the stage, it'll be easy. Come up the ramp. Bring up the ramp, yeah?
Jesus Christ.
Hello! Right, wonderful! Hello! I think we can do better than that. Hello! Obviously, I'm Terence, parliamentary candidate, obviously for the Labour Party for Bristol. What a fantastic crowd, good weather, we paid extra for that. So it's my honour that I get to introduce John Prescott. Hang on. John, oh, he's got a bag! Whoa! Go on, John. Here we go.
Do you recognise that? Do you recognise that one? I tell you what, when it came out in the paper, they'd leaked the manifesto. I thought, oh my God, I hope it's like that. It's better, isn't it? And it's better because of this man, right? And what this represents is the ideas of Labour from long ago. For the many, not the few, right? And this is for the few. Now, we started. Nobody can go missing from this election. Don't say there's no difference. By God, there's a difference between these two manifestos, isn't there? So let's be saying to everybody, you can't go missing on this election. You've got to get out and vote. You've got to go out for the pensioners. You've got to go out for the kids at school. You've got to go out for the health service. All those things that we talk about in here. That she doesn't talk about. Have you seen her all the time? You know where she puts passion on? Will you vote for me? You can see she's been practicing in the mirror to make it look as if she's passionate. Christ, if that's passionate, I'm giving up in my life, right? But this is serious. It really is serious. Because what she's actually doing is saying, I don't want to debate with this man. How can you have an election without debating about the two approaches, right? She's scared, isn't she? She's scared. By God, she's every reason to be. You know, this woman's been doing more U-turns than anybody you can see. You've heard the latest, haven't you? So this is a woman who said, I want you to trust me. I won't follow that one up. I want you to trust me. I'm stable. Believe in me. Stable, trust her, stability. Let me remind you, this is a woman who said a number of things. She came to power, not elected, she's in now, and she said, there will not be another election till 2020. By God, she got out quick. She brought in legislation to push through that, right? This is a woman who also said, I believe in a very low migration, 100,000. That's been in 5 manifestos. And she said it again, but she never delivered on it. It's another U-turn. And then she had the audacity to say to us, I believe in the minimum wage. Do you remember when Labour first brought in the minimum wage? They said there'll be millions unemployed. No, there weren't. There was more. Millions of people went back to work. Your Tories have never, whether it ever is, they never keep their promise. So if you want somebody to be elected, first of all, you've got to believe what they say, and you can't do it with her. She changes every hour. So what you've got to do, can you deliver? I came to Goole here, didn't I, Terence, a long time ago.
Do you remember that little pledge card I had? Right? Did we say on this pledge card, after 18 years of the Tories, that we want smaller classrooms? Did we get smaller classrooms? Yeah! Bloody hell, Terence, there's an election on here. Did we get smaller classrooms? Yes! We said we'd get people back to work, 1 million or so more, and with minimum wage, and we delivered as we promised. Did we say that we will rescue the health service that had been run down after 18 years of the Tories? Did we do that? Yeah. And has it gone down again? Yeah. The nurses are at the food banks, the surgeons are leaving, the doctors are in crisis, and they said, and she said, health service is actually safe in our hands. Her private health service might be safe in hands. What they're doing is breaking up a health service that the Labour government brought in 1947 for our people. Now that's where, to remind people, we in 47, and this election's as big as that, we brought out we wanted a health service, we wanted welfare, we wanted housing, and we delivered on that in 1947. And now we did it again, but now the Tories in 18 years run it down. After 6 years of this outfit, they've done the same. Health services in a bankruptcy state. Our kids are being... Can you imagine taking the food off the kids to pay for the private? That's what they say. And you listen, I've lost all my confidence because I failed the 11 plus. That bugger wants to bring the 11 plus back, but you know what's more offensive? She wants to bring back and save the money and give it to the grammar schools while she runs down our school system with teachers leaving, the kids and the thing. That's what she's doing. So, as you'll have gathered, I can't stick the woman. And what she's going to do to our people, look at the pensioners. The pensioners thought they were all right. Are they all right now? Are they worried? Are they having their houses taken away from them? Yes. For people who fought in the war, for people who've given everything, they paid the national insurance, she comes along and says, I'm sorry, I want your house to pay for the services for the poor. Yeah, back to the poorhouse system. We're back to everything the Tories always were. So what gets me about this woman, she can't give her promise. Come here, Jay. This man's going to win, isn't he? Yeah! Pick up that bag, because you kept saying, what's in that bag? This woman, she's taking the food out of our kids. She's also then beginning our pensioners, running them into fear and to worry when they thought at this time of their life they could have confidence, they could believe they'd done the bit for the country and they wanted to be treated fair. So whether it's in the education, whether it's our health service in the food stores, they're bad enough. I personally would deal that. But you know what worries me most of all? She's a vicious woman, and this really is turning for us. She wants to run this box. She wants to tear this apart. This is a woman. She said, I'm a working class party. And you know, in all working class towns now we're going to get hunting. Now, how many have been on an horse and chased the fox in? Well, that's what she wants to do. Not any of the pensions or the kids. And she, is that dog all right? I don't want it chasing the fox. But this one, she wants to tear it apart for sport, for humour. Is that the priorities that we're going to do? It shows the character. So you've got to put this man in with it and go, right, we're going to do that. But the man who's made the difference, and if you're talking about policy, well, we're well on the way, they prefer it. And you've had the most vicious attacks in the press. And we're doing double for the BBC. in the press, attacked. No man has been attacked more than this man. And he hasn't joined into it. He hasn't got into the gutter with him, has he? He said, this is what I believe. That is integrity. That is honesty. This is the man making the difference. And he's the man to be the next Prime Minister. just like Tranmere Rovers. Thank you very much, John. Thanks for what you said. Thanks for what you're doing today and do every day to support the Labour Party, bring us all together and bring us nearer to that day when we win the election. And I want to give Terence a little present, and it's a book for him to read. I know he's very studious. But this one, the message is very simple. Terence, win goal for all of us. Jezza. Thanks all for being here today. We're on a pretty tight timetable running all over the place. We were this morning in Hull, we've just come from Scarborough, and you know what? The Spa was absolutely packed with people in Scarborough, determined that Labour will win wherever we go, because this is an election in every part of the country. And you know what? The crowds are getting bigger, the enthusiasm's getting greater, and you know what? We're not a party of huge amounts of money and wealth. And you know what? The average donation that's coming into our head office is £22. And I'm very proud of that, because it shows it's people, ordinary people, giving their support as best they can for their future. They're not buying influence, they're not buying access. What they're doing is supporting all of us doing stuff together, and that's what this election campaign is about. John spoke about social care. There is a social care crisis. There are more than 1 million people waiting for social care, stuck, frightened, families worried, people giving up work to care for those who the rest of us should be able to care for. And all the government can do is threaten even more with taking away the value of homes, property, and all the fear that goes with that for every family. And then Theresa May announced there was a U-turn, and I was asked a question about the U-turn, and I said I thought it'd be a very good idea, but I wasn't sure what it was. And then at the end of that event, I tried to check up what the U-turn was. And you know what? It's bad enough making false promises, but it's even worse doing a false handbrake turn when the vehicle carries on in the same direction. In reality, there is no change. There is no change. And what we're saying as the Labour Party, we value our National Health Service. And we are utterly determined that the crisis of 1 million waiting for social care will be dealt with and will be ended, just as much as the whole concept of employing corridor nurses to cope with the queue in a hospital will also be dealt with by properly funding our National Health Service. And so we will put emergency money into there. We will ensure there is a future for all of us with our National Health Service, free at the point of use, not open for sale, not open for privatisation, not open for rationing. A human right we won after the Second World War with that great Labour government. And it's going to be another Labour government that saves it, another Labour government that builds in social care. There's also the mental health crisis. We all know the stress people go through, the loneliness of dealing with the mental health crisis when you can't get help, you can't get support because it's simply not there. And a government that has got rid of 6,000 mental health nurses in the past 5 years. That is just not right. End the stigma, end the jokes, end the isolation, and a Labour government will properly fund our mental health services so that everyone gets the support they need, particularly our young people. And what makes me so angry is the way in which Theresa May has set this election as a sort of intergenerational rivalry. Well, look around you. Look at the crowd here today. We're young, we're old, we're black, we're white, we're gay, we're straight, we're men, we're women, we're people with disabilities, we're people without disabilities. But we come together as a community in support of each other. We all contribute to a health service to be there for all of us. None of us want to be ill, none of us want to go to hospital, but we need to know it's there for us. That is the principle of community service. And so, our young people are up against it. Our schools are underfunded. Too many of our children go to school hungry. A hungry child cannot concentrate. A hungry child cannot learn. And so, I'm very determined, very, very determined, that we will ensure every child in school gets a school lunch every day in order they can study better, in order their health can be improved. And you know what? I went to the National Association of Head Teachers Conference. They kindly invited me, and I was very pleased to go and talk to them. And after I'd given my speech and taken questions from them, I then had a round table with a group of head teachers from all over the country. And these are people holding very responsible positions in looking after our schools, primary and secondary. And the stress they were going through was saying, Jeremy, how do we deal with a crisis where all the advice we get from government is put up with it and collect money from the parents or get rid of the teachers you can't afford to employ anymore? We shouldn't be putting them under that pressure. Their pressure is of ensuring our children get the education they need. So we will go back to all of that to ensure that our schools are properly funded in the future. We were this morning in Hull, City of Culture this year. Tom Watson and I launched our cultural manifesto. Now you might say, what are you doing cultural manifesto for? Culture is there. It's all of us. There's the history of our communities. There's a history of what we achieved. And there is inspiration and imagination in all of us, in every child. And so I'm very proud that our manifesto says quite clearly, we will introduce a pupil arts premium so that every child in every primary school can learn music in school. So that it develops the whole person and the whole individual. And just as much as we want a sport policy where the very wealthy Premiership clubs pay for the rest of our children everywhere else to be able to play sport, to play football at the grassroots, we want the same thing in arts and culture. We want the musicians of tomorrow to be able to learn the music of today. We need their space and we need those opportunities. And so this is about opportunity for young people as well. And so as they go on through school, we will bring back the educational maintenance allowance to encourage young people to stay on in school. Because we want an educated workforce, we want a trained workforce, we want a skilled community. And likewise, universities should not be available just to those who can bear the cost of the massive debt. It should be available for all of us. I want a young person from Goole, just as much as anywhere else in the country, to want to go to university, be able to get there, and not be sent a bill for £50,000 at the end of it. And so, yes, all that we're proposing, obviously, has a cost attached to it. We all know that. So this election is about a choice. Do you elect the government that we have at the moment, that's presiding over injustice and inequality, that is ignoring the housing crisis and the growing number of homeless on our streets, and a taxation policy which will hand 60 billion in tax relief to the biggest corporations and the wealthiest people over the next 5 years? Or do you say, hang on, there's a slightly different way of doing things. Invest in our future, all of our futures. Invest in a national investment bank that will improve transport infrastructure, broadband infrastructure, and be prepared to invest in the sustainable cutting-edge industries of the future. And it won't cost 95% of the people anymore in tax, VAT or national insurance. It will cost the biggest corporations some more, but we will, yes, we'll increase taxation at the top end, because I believe we're putting an offer to the British people. It's a serious, well-prepared, well-thought-out, fully costed offer of the kind of Britain we can be, the kind of country we can be. Are we going to be one where we individually, none of us would pass by on the other side if you saw somebody in distress. You wouldn't do that because it's a human instinct. You see somebody in difficulty, you help them. So why do we have, as a sort of act of faith, an article of faith in government policy, that we put up with the fact there are thousands of desperate people sleeping on our streets? There are tens of thousands of children growing up in poverty. There are people desperately unsure of their own future and uncertain of their communities because of lack of investment and all the problems that come from that. Or do we point ourselves in the other direction? The direction of doing things together, where you have a government that works for everybody, not just the few. Where you have a government that invests for the future. And you have a government that's serious about negotiating, whilst leaving the EU, a trade agreement with them so we defend and maintain jobs in this country. That, to me, is very, very important. And so we do this for the entirety of the community. I utterly reject the idea there's an intergenerational struggle here. There isn't. Societies, families, people work together. The young, the old, those in between, recognise the huge achievements of those with disabilities rather than the I. Daniel Blake generation where they're forgotten and driven away through unfair capability of work assessment tests. So it's about a society that works for all. And that means you need to have a government that works for all. That means you need to have a party that works for all. Our offer in this election is quite simply this. Go down that road which the government is taking us, of inequality, of injustice, of saying there's no alternative. Well, we heard all that before from some years ago. Some people in the audience don't remember. But in this election, nobody can say there's a choice. There's a choice of that, of our programme, our manifesto, which Terence is going to very kindly lend me, but I'll give it him back. This manifesto, fully costed, fully prepared, worked out of how we approach the problems in our society, how we approach the problems of environmental sustainability, how we approach the problems that everybody faces. And you bring people together to achieve it. That is the choice in this election, and I'm very proud to lead the Labour Party, to offer you that choice, to offer you, ask for your support in this election with this manifesto. I'm being hooked today with somebody, not a fox hunter with a whip, somebody with a shepherd's crook is going to pull me away because I understand there's a lot of people waiting for a rally in. There are about 4,000 there already. So, if you will really forgive me, we wouldn't want to keep the good people of Hull waiting longer than is strictly necessary. This campaign, 2 weeks to go, and there are now 6 hours and 6 minutes to register to vote. Anybody in this audience who hasn't registered to vote, I'm not going to embarrass you by asking you to put your hand up. You're going to shake my hand, that's fine, but don't take it away. Thank you very much. Get yourselves registered to vote. This is the future for all of us together. Be confident, be powerful, be hopeful. Unity will win it. Thank you.
You've done it, Jeremy, you've done it.